monthly, relatively unchanged. Not much to see. Another pullback yesterday brings the close for the monthly, or the current close for the monthly, a little bit lower. Um, Currently the market's trading at 43.99, as we can see right here. Yesterday's close looks to be around 44.09. Was the settlement? Yeah, 9 quarter. So, definitely a pullback off of that high. You know, the high was what, 93 half. So we're about, you know 90 93 handles lower now. So a pretty decent pullback off of the high. But relatively still unchanged when it comes to the monthly time frame. Switching over to the weekly, excuse me. You can see we're still inside the previous week, so the weekly has moved up and has started to balance. Now that it's Thursday, we can basically kind of confirm that. Um, it would be a pretty big feat to get a test below or and above, um, of from today and tomorrow. So, um, the main level that we're watching is that 43.51 quarter, which is last week's low. That happens to be, kind of the biggest level as far as if there's going to be some change in the market, right? Because we're still one time framing higher on the weekly, and then now we're into a balance, so that we haven't had a cessation of one time framing. And if we pull over this weekly chart here, the weekly profile chart, you can see I have like the distributions set up on here. Just adjust this one. But you can see last week's range, this week's range, right? We're trading down into the low, into this slower distribution. This level here, this 43.90-ish level, this is the level we were talking about yesterday, right? If there's a liquidation break, that's basically kind of like the last chance for buyers really to show up and hold, and bring the market back up into this upper distribution and stay accepted higher. Because if not, we don't see a hold at this 43.90, then there's probably decent odds we test into this low volume area, and then at least down to this first ledge at 43.70. So a nice little 20-point drop if we can't hold this level. Then we do have some kind of weekly single prints there as well. So we
Good
can
morning, everybody.
probably expect some short covering. Morning, Dan. From those levels as we start to get down into this lower distribution. And then you can see if the market doesn't catch a bounce from either the low volume area or that first ledge, then we'll start to show acceptance into this lower distribution from the previous week, and that would put that 43.55, 53 into play, and then the low from the previous week would be the target for these sellers to try to get unlocked. Switching over here to the daily now, you can see we're one time framing lower. We're still breaking up here, right? So if we're still, we had this really long balance. We moved up, balanced, moved up, balanced, moved up, balanced. And now we're kind of in, another one of these. I'm trying to remember when we had this happen. Um, we had a little sloppy balance like this. So I'm kind of almost tempted to just call this a balance, right? Even though it's not as clean as a balance that we see like this, but you really just kind of like set the parameters. Everything's overlapping for the most part, and so that's pretty much what I'm gonna do. We have this little 2-day balance here that's overlapping with this 4-day balance here. So just gonna call this a 5-day balance. What's this? 3, 4, 5, 6 days. And really we'll be targeting or looking at this low here from the 14th, and that low is 43.83 half, and that's pretty close to that 90 level. So that gives us an opportunity to still gives well us or the market an opportunity to really stay on trend. So should the market come down to that 43.90 that we were talking and not break that 83 half low that we're looking at right here, then we can still see the bounce. But if that 83 half gets broken, then there's decent odds that we test back into these previous ranges, and we can look at the profiles to get a better, a more accurate estimation based off the volume as well. But you can kind of see, you get the first look. We also want to be, um, short term trend is definitely down, and the change to that would be a break of this previous high, the 44.30 half. We definitely want to be paying attention to that. If there is a break of that and you're short, right, you've got to be careful because you were getting we're getting close to the low of this 5-day balance, right? So say there is, they try to push down, can't push down any farther. We get a break of that high. Well, we'll switch over to the profiles to kind of get a better description of this, or at least a cleaner look at it. And we will mark this settle. We're getting a bunch of untouched settles too, and a lot of times to me that is kind of a sign that wherever they're at, the opposite side is weak, right? So we've got a bunch of settles above us, and so buyers can't even get the market back to the previous day's settle. That's telling me that buyers have been weak. But we've known that, right? We've talked about that. We've seen that this is liquidation, and that most of the buying that's been going on is just short covering for the most part, right? We get the B-shaped profile, market gets too short, short starts to cover, and then boom, people are taking profit again. And that's the thing is like I don't necessarily think that we're seeing like a real seller that's like, oh, I'm going to sell the market down to zero. I think that a lot of big money is just taking profit. 44.09 quarter. Um, and that's what it kind of seems like, right? Like even yesterday on that reaction up, it came basically right into the zone that we were looking to short, and then liquidated right from that spot, right? So as soon as it came up into this upper distribution that we talked about, right? And this is the importance of replay, right? You've got to make your plan and then either replay it at the end of the day with your plan in front of you, or keep your plan in front of you or somewhere accessible while you're trading, or at the end of the day go back to the beginning of the market and look at what your plan was at the beginning of the market and say, okay, what happened? What did I plan on doing? Right. And so we had planned on getting short from that area up higher, and it worked out perfectly. Right. But what did you do in that area? Right. So like this was a key area that we had talked about. Okay, this area to get short at, but how did you actually trade in here? Right. And if you're not going back and looking at that, and so at 9:30, right, or before 9:30, we're like, okay, we want to short this area. Then at 1600, when the market closes, you go back and you see that you got long up here, and you're like, well, what the fuck changed here? And the only way you're gonna find that out is if you're journaling. And so if you're not journaling and you're fucking yourself up, well, there's an easy fix for you. Journal your plan, journal your trades, and go back and review, and you'll find out, right? Okay, so what happened here? Oh, I got price addicted, and I started to buy the high, and the fucking market punished me for not paying attention to my plan. Something like that, right? Something that can help maintain perspective. Um, but so here's this balance, kind of that we're talking about. Let me knock off these evening session profiles. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, and we're right here at the low. Here is that low that we're talking about from 614, 83.5. And we also have an overnight low just a couple ticks below that. And then we have single prints below that where that low volume area is at. That's that area I was saying. Maybe some buyers show up in there if they don't show up here around that 90. But as we're getting to the low of this balance, and especially an area where we see very low volume, it's going to mean that sellers, right, sellers that were active here, because obviously where we have high volume, there's going to be sellers active, need to move lower with supply in order to push the market down, right? That's just how it works. If there's no supply, the market goes up, right? Because what do we know about an auction, right? Typically, what stops an auction that's moving lower? We're going to do quiz time again. It's the summertime. We've got a slow market. We're going to have plenty of opportunity to make moves. I'm going to keep the quiz going. Morning, John. Morning, Liquor. Morning, Roach. What ends an auction typically to the downside?
Excess is a form of
Well, excess, right? What would excess show us?
selling shut off,
Lack of buying, lack of selling,
lack of supply.
lack
So
of supply.
no more selling, right? Exactly.
Yep.
So there's no
No more
more
selling.
selling. So there's not enough supply, right? And the same thing on the high, right? So a lot of times, what happens is we get to a high or a low, and we're seeing like, oh well, buyers must just be really strong. Well, that's not necessarily the case, and we've seen, right, these bounces, intraday bounces that have happened haven't been on strong buying because we've gotten poor lows, and we know poor lows is a typical indication of lack of supply, so lack of selling strength. So if we're getting lack of selling strength here, well, then we need to be careful that it might happen here and getting short down into these levels, right? So that's why we like to wait for the pullbacks and try to short on these pullbacks to get back down into the levels. Same thing we did these past couple of days, right? Every short that we were looking for was for those on those pullbacks because we don't want to get off sides like a lot of these people have the past couple of days. When we look at the high here, right, we have excess on the high. So this shows both. This shows a lack of demand, so no buying showing up at the high, and also an entrance of a seller, and that's what causes excess. Excess is caused by a seller. Excess on the high is caused by a seller coming in and pushing the market down, and also a lack of buying. Whereas a poor low or poor high is typically caused by just lack of demand or lack of supply. But so we're at the low of this balance, right? So we have to be careful. We're going to be playing some balance rules today. And if you don't want to call it a balance, that's up to you. But it does kind of look like a little balance, a pop above, a fail, and then a back into balance, right? So, I mean, even if we just kind of group these days here into balance, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? We're going to be opening up on a gap lower. How much time do we have? Most likely going to be opening up on a gap lower. I put my watch on. Or my watch on. It is. So most likely going to be opening up on a gap lower. So gap rules are going to be in play. That's going to be the most important rule. If we can't close the gap, obviously we don't want to be trusting any longs. And at least not until lower, right? And then we've got overnight inventory, 100% net short. And so a real key today, and the settle kind of puts us at a pretty much easy spot for us because we're past this first ledge of this distribution. So should the market correct overnight inventory and get back above that 1050, right, which everyone should have written down. I mean, we wrote it down yesterday. It was an extremely important level. I think I wrote down 11, but 11, 1050, 2 ticks. It's the same thing pretty much. should we reclaim that level, then there's good odds that we trade back up to this high of the distribution, right? But not really until then. So we can kind of expect people to sell naturally until the gap fills. And then if the gap fills, which is that 0350, then we can expect more sellers here at this. This is probably 750. 750 was a big level yesterday, and 1050. We can expect mechanical selling at these levels, which is basically value area low. And then that previous day's low, the T2 low. And so that's pretty much where we can try to get on board. If it fails to fill the gap, right, that's an obvious one, and that's a nice one because that will show a real lack of demand and probably bring us back down to that 90-88 level. But if the market reclaims that 1050 level, you've just got to be careful getting short because that's pretty much showing acceptance back into this larger distribution. And typically, you get maybe a little test of that point of control, but a lot of times you test the higher points of that distribution to find those sellers a little bit more active. Where, think about it, unfair high of this distribution, right? Unfair low of this distribution if we have this large distribution here. So lack of buying here, lack of selling here, right? Where the seller is going to be more active, they're going to be more active up to here. Buyers are going to be more active up to here, right? So that's kind of what we can expect today. As far as the plan goes, I'd like to see if we're going to get a selling day, a continuation. I'd like to see us just straight sell right off the open, just complete murder, liquidation, get them really just going early. What's going on around here? Apple's trading inside and Microsoft's inside, Nvidia's inside as well. So not really huge. Tech's not really down huge. They're going to be opening up on a gap lower. That's close to the low of their balance as well. Dow's going to be opening up lower. So everything looks pretty weak to start the session. But really, I'm gonna be. I mean, maybe if we get down into here, look for a long. But this, this will be like play number 3. My first look, like I said, is gonna be to fade instantly. So that's 1. Or 2, if we get a fail to close the gap or a fail to get above this 1050, then look to strike it there to back into this low distribution, back into there. That's number 2. And then like 3A, if we were to reclaim that 1050 and start to show acceptance, get our little 3-point run right there and try to take that long back up into this. We're gonna have, most likely very negative breath, very negative tick, very negative ratios. So if we reclaim the 1050, one thing that's gonna pretty much have to confirm is that tech is gonna have to be green in order for us to be ambitious to get back up and test this spot up here. And then we do have, I think we have some Brad prints in here. Yeah. Or we have some stuck inventory from yesterday right here. And so that would be the target if we do get that short covering, basically from that 19 to 23. That would be the area that we kind of expect them to maybe try to visit up there. But other than that, that is pretty much how I'm going to be playing the day. Got 7 minutes. If anyone's got any other ideas, right? Like, I'm in. Let me know. It's to me like it's always helpful to get perspective from other people, right? That's why I encourage you guys to share as much as possible, because the more we share, the more we can kind of be like, okay, and then you can be like, okay, I can see that, or you can be like, oh no, Brad's a fucking doesn't know. figure out something else, right? And it's not going to hurt my feelings, like
We know
you know.
Stacy and I came up with a similar one, but I wasn't on very much at all yesterday. And the number that I was looking at was the lower value area of 3 of those days in that 6-day balance. 407 or 4407, 4406, and 4409. So I was looking to build value above 4409 if we want to go up, and then I think our number was 4380.75 on the low, so it's very similar to what you
Nice.
have.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I like those levels as well. That 9 level was a good level yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back.
I'd like to see a nice pop out of this zone before it opens if we're looking to get short. I really don't want to get short right in this 95, 96 area. I don't know what your
Yeah.
thoughts are, Brad.
I was thinking the same thing. I was gonna
Yeah.
weigh that.
Because there's a ton of selling going on down. Maybe either way, let it break below or let it pop up. But I wonder what Brad was thinking because he did say he'd like to get short almost immediately, but I don't know what that might still
If
Well,
be.
he said
if we
fade
see
it.
like a big offer, like if it goes with, like if you don't see any
Yeah.
correction to overnight inventory, then you might just have to go with it.
Yeah. Because I know there's a ton of selling down here and they're not breaking it yet. Like I say, I agree with everything you said. I think we're going down and all that. And I'm just curious about what your thoughts were on this zone here. If you notice all this selling going on.
Yeah, I don't put a lot of faith into the overnight session.
Pre-market.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Like I pay attention to like the edges of the distribution, but like as far as like how it goes, like I'm more looking I'm not looking to get short here. I'm looking to get short here because then if we go down here and fail, well then at least I get an opportunity to scratch or yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I was long this morning, on around the 94 half or 95, 94 half, I think.
Nice.
Fucking some bullshit news came out I didn't know about. Took me out. Would have been a nice trade.
A pain in the ass.
Yeah, I don't know, some news out of England, I guess. I didn't know it was coming. And then I looked it up.
I guess there's like another Simpsons like prediction with the submarine Um, you know how they're always like predicting shit.
No, what
Yeah, a
is
lot
that?
of
I don't
news
know what that.
today. You know The Simpsons, the show?
Oh yeah, The Simpsons. Yeah.
Well, there's always like there's like a big like speculation that that guy that created the show is like from the future because he's always predicting a ton of shit and getting it right. Like the Trump
Crazy.
presidency. I mean, there's a fucking ton of stuff.
You see the one where Trump's going down the escalator, and the guy
Yeah.
even drops the sign. Like, and in the cartoon, he drops the sign, and I mean, it's I don't know.
Big
They
offer
had a
comes in
plan.
right off the bat
Yeah, there's
there.
the opera.
Dude, I think I'm done for the day. Damn, that was
Nice.
sweet. That makes my day so much better. I caught it from 48.90 or 44.98.75.
Nice.
Yeah, $510, 102 points. All right, boys, I'm done.
All right. See you later, then.
No, I'll be on. I'm just gonna listen for a while. I'm just gonna take my money and run.
Not a bad idea. So we're seeing tech green here, healthcare green, kind of a mixed bag here to start the session. Sellers definitely trying to move down, but it looks like they're getting a little bit stuck as a bid starting to show up above them now.
Out there, but at the same time, we don't want to help.
Apple caught a little bit of a bid here. Microsoft's catching a little bit of a bid. Nvidia's catching a little bit of a bid.
CFTC. Is it normal for these two organizations to work together to possibly kind of, like you said, that gray
There we
area?
go. They break past that bid pretty easily. Now you got trapped longs here at 97.5.
Well, sadly, there's nothing in law that says the agency.
Someone has background noise like crazy.
Lower tone from the top.
I think it's you, Kevin.
Sorry.
Stuck on that 95 the seller's got.
Yeah, big time too.
5/4.
Yeah, as soon as I heard there's a billionaire on that submarine, I'm like, set up like instantly. That's just how I think about stuff now. What's up, Tommy?
Yeah, nothing's an accident. I'll
Yeah,
calculate it.
Not when it pertains to money. No.
Yeah.
Like if it was just some fucking, some MIT kids that fucking made a submarine out of their fucking connector set, and now they're stuck down there at the Titanic, you'd be like, all right, that happens. It's fucked up. But billionaires trapped down there.
First bot's in a call. Second bot is getting counts. We'll see if it gets in.
Like a billionaire, he's got the power to be like, call the fucking Royal Navy. Be like, listen, motherfuckers better drive a submarine down here and come get my ass. But they're like, oh, sorry, you're fucked.
Yeah, they would have saved MIT kids faster.
Yeah, exactly. So here's that 95.50 level. They're reoffering it pretty decent here. You said, what were you saying, Uncle Stacy? The bots are in puts?
Yeah, bots got in calls. Well, one of the bots got in a call. The other is getting call counts, but it did not get in. So, but I'm getting more call counts than the other bot. So I'm kind of leaning toward the second bot getting into a call, but we'll see what happens.
We're gonna have to take this off the this thing back on. Takes away all of our breath things for some reason. Selling's definitely getting more pressure here. Nasdaq caught a bid though, big time.
Getting
That's why
another
the
call
ES
count
can't
on
break the
other bot.
low. Or shorts get stuck right here.
Second bot should get into a call.
Allergies, I hate them. If shorts can't push this thing lower, the market probably trades back up to like 2. Apple's on a tear to the upside right now. Really tight range to start the session here.
Yeah, I flattened my short. I figure I could either get a better price or if we could get an offer below this 95 area, get back in, maybe.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I actually took a long too at 96.50 and 96 quarter. Closed both of them 97 quarter. Damn, should have fucking held them. Damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just figured that short cover. Like, I mean, the Nasdaq was just so strong. So there's that one. I was just like, this thing's probably gonna fucking like a hose when you squeeze it. Just fucking. Yeah, John, you close your short because of the Nasdaq as well. Yeah, see, that's smart. Like, I mean, that's just good sound logic right there.
Good management.
Watch the NASDAQ if it could get below the 23.5. Oh, and I'll use it as support.
Real tight range to start the session, 6.5 points. Summertime though, so to be expected.
Oh,
You short again?
below. Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm saying the NASDAQ dropped below that 23, 24 area though now.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I had a level there.
I shorted this 99 quarter level. I'm looking for it to break this 95, or I'm just gonna flatten for break even. Nasdaq's pulling back now to its VWAP, so we should be probably good to go.
It might have shook out everybody. It might have shook everybody out.
That's what they do.
Second bot just got a put count. They might get in opposite directions. We'll see what happens.
Covered one there at 96. One left. Stops at 99 quarter, so just a break even stop. Fucking allergies, bro. I'm fucking sick of this shit.
No, it did not get in.
So much selling going on down here now.
Hey, you're back down in that range if it gets below that Roach was talking about.
So if
Yeah,
you
it
if
is
you're
a
short
95.
here and you shorted the pop, you're. I was gonna say you're looking to manage some risk.
Dang.
Fucking thing just sucks you.
Wow. That was a
Yes.
5-point jump.
They did it
Yeah,
again.
almost
The exact same thing.
with all the volatility. No news, right?
No, there's not news till 10. 9:55. Bowman's on. There was unemployment claims at 9:30. I think. What time is this?
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, it's 9:40.
No, that was
I don't-
8:30. Yeah.
Oh.
More sellers stuck in the same spot. 95 quarter.
This is that zone that we had gapped up on. I wonder if there's like trap inventory in here.
Yeah, probably. Because we get this is where we had the gap and then we checked below and then immediately retraced all the way through. So you're probably right, TJ. There's probably a lot of people that were stuck short that didn't get a chance to cover. That's what they're doing here. And you see them chase it up. Morning, Rob.
Yeah, that's
we're
why I
in
was buying it this morning. I figured it was short stuck down here. I didn't know it was going to turn into this kind of zone, but
Bot is in both directions.
And you've got the ES and the Dow in a holding pattern here, and the NASDAQ is trying to move higher. So we have some correlation with the Dow, but some, inverse correlation with the NASDAQ here. So you wonder who's in control. Is the NASDAQ just got to blow off some steam, get some short covering done, take care of some old business before it can continue moving lower? Or is the NASDAQ going to be leading us to the upside? And we're kind of more inclined to follow the NASDAQ since the October low of 2022. The NASDAQ's been the leader on the way up, so we can kind of assume that it's going to be the leader until things start to change in consecutive trading days. We're more inclined to follow that. So that, in turn, makes us a lot more careful getting short down here now.
yeah, next level I have on the NASDAQ is like 54, 52 to 56 maybe.
Well, the NASDAQ is almost back. Well, no, it's actually got a ways. Never mind. But it's kind of close to that level from yesterday. 50 handles on the NASDAQ can happen in a fucking blink of an eye.
Yeah.
But that 15,100 level was a big level yesterday that it tried to hold and couldn't. So that would be a spot where you'd probably get some resistance. But if it can reclaim that level, then this thing's just going to be on a rebound day.
1500 level.
15,100.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, wait a second.
Yeah, but the 1500 level is right below, and that if it breaks below that, then we know for sure it's fucking party's over.
And the next resistance I have on it is like 51 to 57. But I don't know how strong that'll be. I'm not saying that's going to hold us down. Thing of it is if it gets up there and the ES doesn't go with it, it could get weak.
Yeah, and I mean we are getting a rotation back into tech. You're seeing Apple. I mean Apple's up $2 from the open. Microsoft's up $3 from the open. Looks like Nvidia's up a pretty couple dollars as well. Gold is still lower, but financials are struggling And if we're gonna keep going up, financials have got to get their shit together. To be honest.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, just don't let it happen again.
I'm sorry, I missed that. I could have sworn I heard, hey, no worries. Is that what you said? Dude, they hired a new GM at our dealership, and nobody wanted to go drop off this car with him to a customer's house because, the GM. I was like, fuck it, I'll go. So we get on the freeway, and this dude's driving 60 miles an hour to go drop off this car. And I had a Audi A6, changed lanes, passed him up. I had the address, bro. Let's go. Fucking passed him up at 80 miles an hour. And all of a sudden, here he comes, flying behind me. We get there, and I said, hey, I'm glad you're not one of those old grandpa drivers because I don't know, he's got to be 60 something. I said, because, dude, I got hella shit to do back at the store. I don't have time to go drop off this car. So, and he goes, yeah, well, most people, I guess when they go do these, they think, oh, this is a great chance to get away from the dealership. So they take their time. I was like, bro, I got hella stuff to do. I don't have time to sit here in this car. And he was like, so he talked to me all the way back, found out that I'm a friend of the owners and everything. So he knows this guy's real. You know what I mean? This guy, no joke.
Yeah, you're not here to waste your time. You value your time.
Yeah. Yeah, they must. You know how much they're paying me a day to do this job? $810.
Nice.
Yeah, I did all the math and sat down with my current GM, the GM of the Infinity and Nissan. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was gonna be like 500, 600. And he goes, no, we're gonna pay you whatever your last 3-month average is. And I was like, well, cool. I'll take it.
Yeah, fuck yeah. And you know what? You deserve it. Like, a lot of people aren't doing what you're doing, so.
You know what? That's kind of how I feel. I talked to Denise, and she was like, you know what? If you weren't worth it, they wouldn't even do it. So you must be worth more than that because they think they're getting a deal, and you think you're overpaid. So it's probably you're probably not getting what you probably settled on a number that was lower than what they were willing to
They were
give you,
willing to go. Yeah.
but it's higher than what you wanted, so you took it, which is perfect. Yeah, it was exactly right.
Years ago, when my ex was pregnant and I had a week of paternity, my boss called me. He's like, hey, I kind of need you to work this week. We really are under the gun. We got to get this thing out. And I said, all right, well, so I'm already taking vacation, so I'm getting paid my regular pay, and you're going to give me a bonus? He said, yeah. I said, how much are you going to pay me? He said, we'll give you $5K for the week. So I go out to her and I talk to her and I said, hey, they really need me to work. I know that I'm home, but I got to do it. And she's like, fuck. She was ticked. And she's like, I'm only going to do this. I'm only going to say yes if they're willing to give you, I don't know, like $5K. And I was like, sold.
You should have said, well, let me go talk to him and see what I can do and this and that, and be gone for like an hour while you're golfing or some shit, or a couple hours while you're golfing. Come back, go, well, I had to really put their feet to the fire, but they agreed to it. Make it look like you did something.
Yeah, it worked out.
Should have gone back and asked for 5,500. Hey, my wife won't do it unless you give me 5,500.
I knew that the 5K was definitely a lot. They were offering a
Yeah,
lot.
it totally makes it worth it. It totally makes it worth it.
These buyers might be getting jammed up right here. If they get back below this, what is this, 99.5? And we might see a little bit more downside. NASDAQ taught another bid though.
Yeah, the NASDAQ paused where I was thinking, but it just blew right through it then.
Yeah, they
I
weren't
know we were
able to
close
get
enough
it.
to that gap fill where I was like, I almost just want to put one on with the stop at the gap just to see if the gap holds, but I don't like trading that way. It's just so close, it just seems like you want to try.
Yeah.
We're getting a steep angle on these 1 minute candles, though. And the overnight profile had a 45-degree down here, so kind of starting to get hesitant.
You don't think it's going to close the gap, TJ?
Yeah, I'm saying like right now, it's everything's pointing that we're going to close the gap.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe 4406, the top of value area, or pardon me,
Yeah,
the bottom
we
of
need to
the
fall hard.
3 days ago value area. Do you need your computer?
Right now, everything just kind of says like short cover.
Yeah, and the tick isn't even very high anyway. Just getting started.
I hate these days when the NASDAQ wants to do one thing and the ES don't want to follow. It's just hard to do anything.
Yeah. And
Looks like the NASDAQ double topped though on the third band of the VWAP.
and see if
Wonder
this
if it'll make
NASDAQ,
new highs.
the NASDAQ can break a low. There goes the NASDAQ trying to come lower here. The tick is starting to catch the bid now. People are buying financials. You're seeing a rotation. Financials is catching a little bit of a bid as tech is pulling back, so it's kind of balancing out there.
Yeah, and you got the ES holding strong now with the NASDAQ coming down.
Yep. And the Dow coming up as well.
I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, almost to the 406, 405.50.
It tapped it. It just didn't.
Yeah,
It
it,
hit the
it waved at it.
I have an exit there and it didn't hit it. So
Yeah, well, I've already vowed myself to take my money and run.
I'm only in sim because my bot is in. So I don't play when I don't play with my evals when my bot is in.
Yeah, I know that's
I
tough.
wish I had. I wish I had played in the
Get
eval
half
because
the
it's
attention.
doing
Yeah.
well so far. My entry was 96 quarter. I don't know. Now that it's not really, it hit that 550 and it's kind of like, I guess maybe they're waiting until the end of the period. So I'm gonna, why stop at 98.5? I'm gonna let this thing play out.
Yeah, and especially, well, the NQ traded up, and then now the Dow and the ES are starting to follow it. So
Well,
When is there news today?
NQ
This
bounced
morning?
off that upper band.
in 7 minutes, Powell will be on.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay.
So NASDAQ bounced off that upper band. It hit the upper band and then it basically passed the upper band, came back, hit the upper band, and looked like it was going to do a retrace. And then it bounced off that upper band back to the upside. But because the bot is in both directions, it's a little bit underwater right now. So we'll see what happens. I'm gonna let it play out for a bit and give it some breathing room. Let it get a little bit negative. Don't worry about it. Worst case scenario, I'll lose a couple $300.
So gaps closed.
He's fucking
975 is a good area again. Oh, 10. You mentioned the 10, 11. 975 to 11.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
mentioned
that T2
10-6.
low.
Yeah. I see there's buyers stuck there, I think.
I think so too.
Actually, it could go all the way to 14, really. 10 to
Great.
14.
Even all the way to 19. That's where the momentum buyers from yesterday got stuck at. 19 and above.
Oh, yeah.
19.
Yep.
Hey, new period. See if it hits my. Oh, there we go. There's one take profit.
It gets too high above the 975 though, or 10. I would start to think they might want to trade it all the way up to the other end of that little bulge distribution, you know,
Yeah.
at 19, like you're mentioning, and then there's a little ledge around 23. I don't know.
What are you looking for on the upside?
So that's kind of what you were saying. If it gets above the 10, you'd be looking to get long, isn't it?
Right. If we hold above the
Yeah.
10, I'll be looking to trade it into that 1923 area.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
NASDAQ is catching a bid.
I mean, just like that, NASDAQ's almost at that 15,100 level. You know, we were saying, like, the NASDAQ can fucking
Yeah.
go up 50 handles in the blink of an eye. So,
It is.
you see, today's like a complete risk on day. Everyone took the fucking hit from Bitcoin yesterday going up over 30K, and they're like, oh shit, risk is on. Buy the market.
17 and a half. So it should get into double down here in a second.
I know hindsight's pretty easy, right? But we see that, you know, the market wasn't able to take the Globex low, which is a poor low, showing lack of supply. So cash session opened, the big boys turned their computers on, and they still didn't sell. So everyone that was selling at that low, basically, we've got from like 90, we'll call it 97 to 94, 90, we'll just call it 97 to 95 is basically just stuck short down there. Like where this whole bulge is at. What do you have, Cheryl?
No, it's with jelly.
Okay. Two minutes until the next period opens up.
Coming up on the second take profit.
They're still trapping shorts on the way up here.
Yeah, it looks like it.
There we go. Nvidia's doing better.
So they're front running that 10 half. So this 9 to 11 area, key level from yesterday. Seen some sellers start to get a little bit confident here. Sellers' goal to get it back below the 4,400. Nasdaq bounced off 15096, so just 4 handles short of that 100. Kind of expected a bit of resistance there. Took one off right there at 550. I shorted the 9, so little Faderuski trade there. I shorted the 8, excuse me, not the 9. 8.
That's where that's where I got in.
Yeah, my bad. 8.
I'm out now 100% though. I waited for it to get back down below 8.5 where all them buyers were.
Yeah, I did the same thing. As soon as they like came down with some steam, I was like, oh, let's see if we can ride this bad boy down.
I wasn't gonna short it. I wanted to short 975, but I got pulled off it because they were coming up too hard. But then I said when they got below them buyers, I feared.
Nasdaq pushed up. They actually got to the 15099. Still didn't break the 51 or 15100.
That's what gave me a little bit more confidence to get short too, is because I know the Nasdaq's at resistance right here. So like even if we don't go down, the Nasdaq should pause, which takes away some of the wind in the sails.
Yeah, definitely.
And this area here, this 9 quarter to, well, we said like 9 to 11, we expect, to see some selling. So makes sense to at least give it a try. And if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. You know what I mean? You can't win every trade. If you're expecting to win every trade, then you're just fucking living in a fantasy land. That's okay if that's what you want to do, but my experience, typically living in a fantasy land isn't really. Trading is the real world, so it doesn't always work out. Supposed to rain today, Roach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Couple.
I don't know if you were on this morning, like right when I got on. I was telling my dad and my uncle, like normally because I keep my window open, I let the sun wake me up in the mornings, especially during the summer because the sun's out so early. And this morning I woke up and it was kind of like this, like it is now. I was like, it must be still before 6 o'clock because the sun's been out before 6 o'clock, and I didn't know it was supposed to be shitty weather today. So I was like, just go back to sleep. Fell back asleep, woke up, it was 8:50. I was like, oh shit.
Oh wow, you got up that late?
Yeah, and I was like, I got to get to work. My wife's like, good thing you don't have a long commute. I was like, okay. Smart ass.
Your body must have needed to sleep though.
Yeah, it must have been. I did a double yesterday at jiu-jitsu. Pretty tired.
Yeah.
I always just like, because of the army, I'm like fucking traumatized from being late. And so like anytime that I like am in bed past like my normal time, my body's like, oh shit, like start to go into a full panic.
Yeah.
Our first duty station.
I wasn't even in the military, but I'm like that too. Like my wife thinks she's late all the time, and I'm super early all the time. Like, if it takes 20 minutes to get
from your
somewhere,
parents.
I don't know. If it takes 20 minutes to get somewhere, I leave like 40 minutes early. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm the same way.
Me too.
I have a fear. I get anxiety for being late.
Yeah, I'd rather be early as fuck than show up either right on time or late. Like I don't want to be when I'm walking up to whatever I'm going to, I want to stroll up. I don't want to have to fucking be sprinting up and jumping in place or anything like that. Like I want to be comfortably just,
Yeah.
cruising on.
If something, something happens on the road, there's no big deal,
Yeah. My first duty station in Korea, I was brand new in the army, right? Fucking just went through basic training and then my job school, get to my first duty station, and we're doing training all day, and then we get sent back to the barracks, but it's before 5 o'clock. Well, I fell asleep, right? And like in Korea, you don't have like a cell phone. When you first get there, you don't have shit. Like your cell phone doesn't work. And this is basically, I mean, cell phones are like brand new still. Um, but like, and all of a sudden, boom, 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 I hear this fucking banging on my door. And it's my sergeant. And he's like, get the fuck outside. And I was like, fuck. And I just got smoked for like 4 hours, like just doing, exercising basically for like 4 hours in a row. It wasn't just me, there was like 10 of us.
Yeah.
But god damn, after that, I was like, I am never, ever being late to anything ever again. And then we did the Manchu Mile, which is like a 30-mile ruck march. We did it. We got up like super early to do it. Got back, and then we are gonna have a closeout formation. Well, I went and changed like for the uniform, and then went to where we're gonna have the formation and laid down on the sidewalk and went to sleep. And I was like, I'm not missing the formation, like, because I know if I go to my room, I'm so fucking tired. I don't know if I'll wake up.
Yeah.
Just fucking laid down right on the fucking sidewalk. And then I literally like was just knocked out, and someone came up and like, "Yo, formation's about to start." Woke me up. I'm like, "Oh, nice, perfect."
Oh, there it is. That makes sense.
Yeah, I don't have one experience that made me never late again, like, but just, I guess it's just, I don't know, my personality, I don't know. I just don't like being late. Except for high school. I used to go to high school. I used to show up at like 10 for every day almost for I don't know how long. They finally gave me a suspension and I had to, you know, straighten out.
Yeah, I showed up only late at high school when I was at my mom's house. When I was at my dad's house, he would fucking drop us off, so there's no showing up late.
Yeah, well, I used to walk. We used to
Yeah,
walk, and me and my buddy would hook up. We'd walk. We'd go through the woods, stop at Gertz's little store, get some, breakfast and shit, hang out, and we just go in when we felt like it. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's how it was when I was at my mom's. The same thing. Sometimes we would just like once my buddy got his driver's license, because the snow, well, snow's pretty close here too, but the snow in California like 2 hours, 3 hours away, and he would just like my mom would leave at like 6 a.m. to go to work, so he'd just come over like 7 o'clock, and we'd just fucking pack up the truck and go snowboarding all day instead of going to school. Just get home, delete the message.
Yeah,
Then the
yeah.
school got wise though and started sending my shit to my dad's house too, and then my stepmom she'd be like, "Were you at school yesterday?" I'd be like, "Oh fuck."
Well, me and my one buddy, we went to Voltech one year, right? And the Voltech, it's in a whole different school. In Wilkes-Barre, we had to go. Well, we figured out we used to go in a little late, get a late slip, and then go home because they didn't matter. The teacher
Yeah,
never. But then they caught on to us, But we did that for I don't know 2 months, I think. Not every day, but a lot. We did it, and we got caught doing that though. That used to give us most of the day off because it was from. We didn't have to be back at Old Forge till 1:30 or 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. We used to go fishing, do whatever.
yeah, hell yeah, that's awesome.
What was that?
Good old days.
Oh, interesting.
So this is the chance. I mean, buyers need to step up here between like this 2 to 4. You can see they're trapping some shorts there below that 4. But this is buyers basically opportunity where they need to step up. If not, they're probably going to lose this thing back to the 4,400. And then we can expect to see short covering like around like 99, and again down 97. There's a big offer on the 10 for 419. It looks like. So you got more stuck shorts. So we've got stuck shorts 7 to 5, 97 to 95. And we've got more stuck shorts. Then they ran that offer over. And then we've got more stuck shorts here from like 3 to 6. X back on
I
its
couldn't
way up.
stop. I got stopped out on a short there when it ran up on me like that. I was short. I kept shorting it the whole couple times, and then they finally got me.
Yeah, I took my last one off at break even. They're when they couldn't break past below that 4. I was like, are you talking, Tommy?
That was me.
Oh.
Sorry, I was whispering under my breath.
Might get long around the 11, 11 half. See it pull back a little bit. Fuckers. Look at that.
Squeeze Ruski.
Come back a couple more ticks for me.
Going to 20. Yeah, 19 or 23 would be the target here as they held that 10.
You get long at all, or just
No, I missed the opportunity because
Oh
I was in that
shit!
short. It was a good long opportunity around that 4 or 5 area on the pullback.
Nasdaq broke its 15,100.
Yeah,
It's at 15 1 quarter.
yeah.
125. Sorry.
The Dow's coming right up to its Globex high as well. Nasdaq's already above its Globex high by a decent amount. It's actually getting back to its T2 low.
It's 115. It's at 80 cents.
Look how strong tech looks today. I'm guaranteed a lot of people trying to fight it. We've already got what seems to be getting ready to set up a triple distribution here.
It needs to be 13.
The Powell's on right now too. Like, I don't know if he's saying anything interesting. I don't see any headlines. It says Powell's prepared remarks are identical to Wednesday's testimony, so no surprise there. Same exact. Just how these meetings go.
Nvidia gets to like 432 half, 432 quarter, and the bot's at level.
What, the bots at break even?
No, 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 no. The bot will be at level of sell level.
Oh, okay.
The call bot. Yeah, this will be interesting because I'm gonna let it play out. The only way I really am screwed is if the call bot gets all the way up and then it doesn't sell, which it's getting very close. It needs, so if Nvidia gets to 432, probably 432 quarter, 432 half, the price of the option would be enough that the bot would sell. As long as it has indicators to say that it should sell. And it's
Sellers getting
close.
stuck again here at 16. They
What
need to
about
get
my,
this thing back below 15. These sellers do, or else they're getting stuck at like 16.
what about my trade in yes. Thanks for
Yeah, they're stuck all the way up.
There's the offer trying to move down here. This is where they need to capitalize. All right, sounds good.
Love you.
Love you too.
Ooh, it's got a retrace all the way down to 14 and a half.
Very marked above. You think buying to stop there? Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, we're kind of already seeing it. People profit taking, but because of how the profile shaped up yesterday, right? When we get, and I call them Brad prints, but you guys can call them whatever you want. But when we get this area here that's kind of left untouched, I assume there's a bunch of momentum longs. Bye-bye. Trapped above this level. Right here, because that's a liquidation pattern, right? And so there's trapped longs here, and so most likely as we get close to that area, these people that are long are going to become sellers in this area as they get close to break even after a decent move below their initial entry, right? So that like a 30 handles lower. So, and you got to remember, like, 30 handles may seem like a lot, but when you're trading, $1 million account, 30 handles is like not even a percent. So you figure, like, I guess that would be a good thing to do, actually. So let's take the calculator here. See what is There's 0.5. What's a 0.5% of 4,400? That'd be 22 points. So it is about a half a percent. So what's 1%? Would be 44, right? 44, 1%, 44. Yeah. So 44 points. So if we take yesterday's close, the 9, right, and we assume, let's just assume they're trapped. We'll call it 25. So we go 25 to 4,400. Another 25 would be, right, 75 up minus, get to 44. It'll put us like right at that 80. So so that's where the liquidation probably rolls in. If so, in order to get liquidation in the market, they need to get below this 88, because that would put them at about 1% down in their positions, and so that would make sense, right? That they would liquidate. And so, and this is assuming that these are weak-handed longs, right? Weak-handed longs. They're either going to sell here for break even ish, or they're going to sell here on a forced liquidation. Does that make sense? That's how I look at that.
NVIDIA just made a new high.
More shorts got stuck on the 12 quarter.
Yeah, I got long.
Nice. Yeah, I was thinking about doing it here, but I think they might want to test that 1050 again, which is such a big
Yeah.
level yesterday, you know. But that, I mean, that's could be a good spot right here.
11.5 to 10 actually is where I really wanted to get long, but I saw them get stuck, so I tried a small.
And that's actually a good point. Roach is making right there, right? He sees them get stuck, takes a little long, but this is going to come into your own personality or your own personal psychology, right? Because if Roach gets long right here at 1250, he knows as soon as it doesn't start to work, he's just going to flatten it out. He's not going to be like, oh well, I'll just buy another one down at 10. But if your personality is not like that and you're not willing to exit a quick position like that and then try again maybe at the 10, even though it's only 2 points, and you try to rationalize in your brain, oh, it's only 2 points, right? Then you've got to become a more patient trader or force yourself to wait for your entries, right? Because Roach is good at scalping because he's willing to, he's not emotionally attached to the position. He
Yeah, I'm
doesn't
already
care.
out.
Yeah. See, and so
I
if you're
love
not,
that.
if you're not, that's not your personality, right? Then you don't have to scalp. You know what I mean? Like you can just wait for your trade to set up, and if it sets up, it sets up. If it doesn't, it doesn't. A lot of times, especially if you're journaling, and you go back and kind of look at your trades, and you figure that out about yourself, it'll be extremely beneficial.
Yeah, and I would especially been out when that offer showed up on 13 quarter there. I was already out anyway.
More shorts got stuck on that same spot. They got it a little bit lower that time.
So watch that 13 quarter if they could get it above that. They're going down to test that 10, I think. 11
Yeah,
half.
I think you're right.
11 half might hold. I know it's late now, but I was thinking that too.
I put my stop at 8.75, just in case. takes me out, I'm still doing well.
975 is pretty much my line in the sand. If that breaks, I just won't be looking for anything really. I
There's a
won't be
weak
long-
spot down at like 9, and another weaker spot down at like 2.
Yeah,
You got to figure shorts are still covering here as well. There's still some stuck shorts below us that are still nervous. Yeah, and that's them
Is
right
it-
there. They cover.
13 quarters. See if they bid it up off that.
There it goes.
Couldn't get it.
Oh, they're thinking about it.
Gaffer's definitely trying to move down here.
I flattened my NVIDIA call. See what happens.
Problem with the long too is they didn't give anybody a chance to get in on the long on the way up. So now you know everybody's trying to get in.
Yeah, exactly.
So you got to be careful.
That was me.
Probably didn't need to close it.
And actually, where they gave people a chance to get in long wasn't really an ideal spot to get in long because it was more at that 5-6 area. That would have been the ideal. That was the ideal pullback spot. And really, you wanted to see it above 10 first, and then as soon as it got above 10, it's just like fucking straight up to what did we go up to? 819, 18, 18.5.
Oh, damn, I sold too early. Oh, well, I'll let it play out. I think we're pretty much getting close to where it's going to reverse. ES is still struggling.
The breadth has improved a little bit. It was at 5 point something. Now it's at 3.3. Tech is basically sitting at about 1%. Financials down. Discretionary's up big time. That must be Tesla. Yep. It was up 3.79. Tesla's all over the fucking board. They were down 5% yesterday. Now they're up 3% today. Back up to 260. Where'd they drop down to? 40, probably. Right where I texted you. $48. The gap at 40.
Trying to hold his 12 again. There it goes. Fuckers.
NVIDIA made a new high. I got out too early. Wow.
I saw it. I didn't get it though. A lot of buying coming in here.
Close the NVIDIA call bot. So now I'm on the inputs. I will let them play out.
You know, you can get Renko bars on Thinkorswim. I didn't know that until yesterday. Well, I guess
Really?
I showed you guys on the tick how we got those Renko bars. Yeah. Now it's like a new tool I have to do with it. We got some single prints here below us, so we know we already knew that there's trapped shorts here. Now we're in a battle. So areas like this, what are we doing here? Areas like this, single prints, are kind of like diddle in the middle, like in between the low of this C period and the high of this B period. You're really diddling in the middle, right? Because it could really go either way, because there's a bunch of trapped shorts below, there's trapped longs above, right? And so you're really kind of diddling in the middle. We're more favoring the upside, right? Because the market does look fairly strong so far today. And we're above that 1050 level that we said the market needs to reclaim if it's going to be able to get any upside. And buyers trying to step up here at the 15.
I didn't realize ES came back all the way exactly to the 10.5. Definitely a
Oh, that
warning
low on the
above.
pullback, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't even realize it came back. I still have my stop down. I moved it up because of what Roach said. I moved it to in quarter, but so it didn't even come close to me. But it was just funny. I didn't realize it came exactly the night after the 10.5. Well, today might have been a very good day for the bot. Maybe, I guess, maybe a very good day for the bot, I should say.
Apple's still making a high here. You got Microsoft pulling off the high and Nvidia pausing at the high. Apple says, no, I'm not done. Healthcare is performing a little bit weaker today. Tech is kind of just in the same range, XLK in the same range as it was yesterday for the most part, at the higher portion of it, or at least above value. One
Nvidia's
thing that
rejected
we're
off of its V high from yesterday twice now.
going to need to see it. Well, if the market's going to need to see if it's going to get any real downside, is healthcare needs to start getting below that zero level. They need to see some people rotating out of healthcare, and we're seeing the Dow pull back pretty decent here. Let's see if they try to give us any of the goods. Microsoft actually had a cessation of one-time framing. Going back to its VWAP now. Single print almost closed here. And so here's what we can kind of deduct from this right here, right? So single prints are closing, right? And they're almost closed. They're about to close. We've got a distribution, right? Well, what do we know about single prints that close on the same day? Quiz time. What can we kind of deduct from single prints that close on the same day? Weakness, but how?
Weakness for the buyers because the sellers are pushing in to close them.
Right.
Well, I guess.
So no, you're right. You're right.
Okay, I was gonna say, well, there's two things. Is that it's weakness for the buyers, but then also one thing we don't know is if it's actual sell pressure or just people getting out of their position and taking profit. That's the one thing I was gonna say.
Right. That's exactly right. And so we know that we've got to move up because we trapped shorts again. and then we got a big short covering move. We paused, and then came down a little bit here. But we traded through intraday single prints almost instantly, and that right there is a key trigger that should let us know that there's good odds that today becomes a balanced day. Because it's not showing that buying strength that those single prints initially show. Now, the market could have a little bit of trouble trying to come down, maybe even catch a little bit of support off the half back if it gets down here. But we also know there is some selling pressure from these longs here still that are still stuck, that didn't get a chance to cover at the high of the distribution where they wanted to see us accept above. So this is kind of telling us we still have to keep our eyes open for the liquidation. Man, that was such a nice short. Monster.
Where are you in?
Let's see what my entries are. I got an entry 17 quarter, 17,
Damn.
and then I added again 1575, 1550.
I should.
And I just took 2 off at 6 quarter.
I was leaving it in because I wanted to let my long play out, and it finally ticked me, and then I got into the short. So my entry is nowhere near as good.
This was just part of the plan, was to short up at the high of this distribution.
Yeah.
Means there's supply. Right, Lecker. Exactly. And so us knowing now that today most likely will become a balanced day, they should give the opportunity, for these shorts to start covering for close to break even. Right? Are they going to let them get all the way back down to that 97, 95 area, or are they going to try to front run, trap some more shorts here? That's what we don't know yet. But
AMD broke below its open. Nvidia has a long way to get below its open.
even Apple cooling off. Microsoft was kind of the leader there. We're seeing financials start to deepen the red, and look at healthcare turned red. So we knew that was going to be a necessity should the market be able to get lower.
I left my stop too high, or my take profit too high. Caught up in watching my other shit.
One thing you got to start doing is just stop adjusting that stop loss.
Well, no, it wasn't the stop. It wasn't my stop. It was my take
Oh,
profit. I set my take profit at 40 quarter. I mean, I got in at 11, and then I put my stop at 40 quarter. I was like, oh, I'll look away. And I was looking at Nvidia. I was looking at AMD, and then I looked back and fucking I'm out. And I was like, damn it.
Mm.
No, if it was my stop, you're right. I don't adjust my stop. I've stopped doing that. It's a bad habit.
Just covered
I don't
one
do
there
it.
at 99. Yeah, it's a tough task trying to at least get good data from yourself when you're adjusting the stop all the time, unless you're going to go. It just makes more work because you got to go back and track the trade what would have been,
Yeah.
rather than what you did. All right, we got back. You're waiting for it to get to 20 doped? Yeah, I was up there. I was up there also with you, just kind of waiting. But then once C period wasn't able to get us up there again, of our time.
Yeah, I was definitely there with you. My second take profit was at 22 quarter. Or my third. That was my third take profit. but I had moved my stop up just so that I didn't lose out on that when it started struggling right there. I guess I was beginning a C period. Holy hell, AMD made it to profit. NVIDIA is well on its way.
Do robins lay multiple sets of eggs? Like this robin already laid eggs, they already hatched, and now she's back up there fucking laying on her nest. Like there's more eggs in there or something.
So the other one's already hatched?
Yeah, the other one's already fucking flying around and shit.
Oh,
She got knocked up again, huh?
I think robins are life mates.
Yeah, I'm not I don't.
Oh, they do not mate for life.
Oh, they do not.
They remain together for the entire breeding season, which can involve 2 or 3 nestings. Oh, so there you go.
Yeah, so they must lay a couple doses of eggs. I'm taking these ones. No, I'm just kidding.
Make me some little mini fried eggs.
I would take one and like try to raise it, like like it'd be cool to have a little bird friend, but not a robin, like a raven's egg. Then that would be cool.
Hummingbird, there's a guy on TikTok who actually holds a hummingbird feeder, and every morning he holds out this hummingbird feeder, and this single hummingbird comes every single morning and feeds out of his hand. It's trippy.
Yeah, that is crazy. The only thing with birds though is like as soon as he stops doing that for a couple of days, the bird's like, oh, forgot who you were. Birds are fucking, it's
Fair
just
weather friends.
you gotta, yeah, you gotta play with them every single day, or else they're gonna be fucking evil. They need attention.
So I got out of that NVIDIA call, maybe not at the perfect time, but I definitely got out of it at a good time. The bot would not have sold. And I sold AMD at a loss for the call. So
Oh, AMD
is
didn't
what it
bounce like Nvidia did.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. But AMD is already in profit actually for the put, because I mean, it's a crazy algorithm, but when it does its buys, it basically bases it on certain criteria, and so it actually got into 6 contracts for that NVIDIA or for that AMD put bot, and it is very, very well up. It is currently 18% up at the present moment. NVIDIA is still, the NVIDIA put bot is still underwater, but not by far. I think once it gets to 427 on the downside for NVIDIA, it will be in profit or right near profit.
This is right where people got stuck earlier. This 4,000 to 4,002. The shorts got stuck earlier right here. And then they got stuck again on that 5, right? That's where we're saying the nice pullback was from. But and so that's an interesting kind of look here, I guess we could say, is we get the distribution, we get the liquidation, but we know there's trapped shorts here from 97 to 95, right? A pretty decent amount. Point of control's down there even still. But these buyers didn't get out. Right? Does that make sense? So a lot of people bought the dip is what it seems like there. And then these shorts, right, they covered, but there wasn't enough continuation selling to break the open. So kind of a weak look from sellers is what I'm getting at. So we have a weak look from buyers on the high, not able to buy it back to the upper part of their distribution. And then now a weak look for sellers on the low. We have value overlapping to lower again today. So the continuation of downside. So today actually becomes a fairly easy day. Here we go. You guys ready? If we get back above this 1050 and get accepted above this level, this 11 to 9 level that we're talking about, there's almost there's a high percentage that the market trades above this high because of how balance works, right? If we zoom this out, right? We talked about this morning. We're in this, we'll call it a 4-day balance with a look above and then a fail back into balance. We come to the balance low. We have weak sellers that can't break the Globex low, weak sellers that can't break the open on a second chance. And so if, and we've got to assume that there's still, I mean, we know there's stuck shorts a little bit lower. This was a chance where shorts, probably didn't get a chance to fully exit their position. Very thin spot on the volume profile, right? The larger distribution. It's like this. And so if we get back accepted into the meat part of that distribution, right, where where it really gets a high volume node, we get accepted back into that, which would be above that 1050. That would almost kind of guarantee us the test up really to, I mean, I guess like 24, but that 30 level would seem the target. And then a seller, if I was a seller and sold from here and it didn't work, right? So maybe we need acceptance above the 16. Let's call it that. Acceptance above the 16 to look for here. But we'll try to get in early because that's what we basically, if you were a seller here, right, and it wasn't working, you tried it, right, because you sold up here above balance, it worked. We came back down, you sold again, it kind of worked, but not really. Then you did it again, and it kind of worked, but not really. So you're slowly getting lower, more or less off of liquidation than natural new money selling. So it looks like they tried it again here, which makes sense. They get another weak look, but if we get accepted above this 16 again, then most likely 28 to 34 really going to be that target on the upside because that's where supply will be at. Does that make sense? So inside here, I'm not just expecting the market to fucking go straight up, but we probably get something like this. If the market gets accepted above that 16-ish area, right? Like I said, we'll try it early here, maybe if we get back up there, but that would be basically balance rules, right? So if we draw our balance, we get a look below, we move up, right? It's obviously not going to go in a straight line. We retest the point of control of the balance. If we were to, I guess, smash these profiles together, if we really wanted to. So there's not really, the market's kind of just standing still right now, so. Right, point of control of the balance.
Not the crypto market.
No, crypto market's up big time.
No, it took a big jump just now.
Oh, did it? Uh-oh, risk is
Yeah.
back to the off.
NASDAQ
Well,
is
still,
actually
it's still
peaking.
up because it was at like 25,000 like a couple of days ago. Now it's at 29,000? Still up.
Yeah. I mean, it's just way down from where it was 2 hours ago.
Yeah. But so, here's this big balance, right? So, we've kind of drawn this balance low right here. We got close to it. See if they can get it here. Be able to bring these buyers back up. We tested the point of control, getting a decent reaction. Did they break the open? No. Yeah.
NVIDIA pushed below view up.
Nasdaq's coming back to its view up as well. So if they get back above this level, then we can kind of expect, right? Because it's the high of that balance. So balance rule. So we're looking at a much bigger perspective of balance here, because we're looking basically at like a weekly chart. But this can help you maintain perspective. The whole point of me dragging this out forever is to help you maintain perspective and sometimes not overtrade or get into situations that you really can just be a little bit more patient for, or places where you can expect much stronger responses because they are correlated on multiple time frames.
AMD made a new low.
We're getting like kind of a pause here. The market really just, kind of looking a little bit balanced. It'll be interesting to see if the point of control shifts up. We've got about 3 minutes left. So it looks like we're going to get some Brad prints as well as we trap some dip buyers, it seems.
Crude oil inventories at the top of the hour. I wonder if Al is still testifying.
Oh, probably. It's on yesterday for like 12 hours. Really interesting look here. Like at this spot, there's trapped shorts and trapped longs. Like it's really, there's trapped shorts here and trapped longs here. So like if you're watching the DOM, it's like super thin because like nobody's really wanting to make a move here. You're starting to see bids start to come in. You just want to see if they get upticks or not. If they can't get any upticks, then obviously they're not that strong, but like they're buying the shit out of this level here, this 350, but not getting anywhere.
I have not had a call count since
Since when?
was the last call count I had. And I'm currently at 105 put counts in the last 5 minutes.
There's an offer trying to come in right below the 350 where the buyers got stuck. The offer's coming in at the wrong spot. I think we're seeing a setup here where they're trapping more shorts. Careful. Yeah, we were. Crazy. We caught that on the Dom right there. So what happened was, and this would be something to replay, so maybe write this time down. 11 o'clock. I want to look back at that too. But what happened was, we kind of identified that there were stuck longs above, stuck shorts below, and these buyers stepped up on that 350 initially, and then it kind of popped up, and then they kind of lost it. Well, the offer came in on 3/4, kind of right where the buyer wanted him to come in, right? Because he was buying the 350, and he's like, oh, and this guy's like, I'll sell 3/4, and he sold the shit out of 3/4, and it went nowhere. And it came back up to 350. This guy lifted and bought at 4, and now he's continuing to take the market higher here. But he set up that short thinking like, oh, these guys buying were weak, and then as soon as this guy moved down, he boom hammered his ass. So that was pretty interesting. Because that kind of tells us there's a legit buyer in the market. That's what that kind of tells me. He's just not being aggressive.
AMD is pushing lower. Nah, or NVIDIA not quite so much. NVIDIA is going to make a new, or AMD is going to make a new low. Oh, it came right to it. Didn't pop it lower. Didn't pop lower.
Apple's about to make a new high.
Sure enough.
The only thing really to try to deduct from this too is like, if we trade back through that level, then maybe it was just these guys bailing on their trade, because we see the POX shift now. So it had to be some size, right? It could have been these guys bailing on their trade as well. Can't get too attached to this. Like I said, like can't be too attached to a long position until we see acceptance above the 16. So, even though we have good entry here, I'll easily fucking give it up because it's not a ideal spot.
NVIDIA is pushing higher. So is the NASDAQ.
Pretty nice little run here.
Geez, we went right back up, huh?
Yeah, we did. Did you just get back?
Yeah.
You missed it. Um,
And-
replay your Dom at like a little bit before 11 and just watch the trap that gets set up on 350.
All right, oh,
'Cause
three
you
half.
replay your Dom. You replay your Dom all the time, don't you?
You know what? I usually record it, and you know what? I don't have it recording today. You believe that?
Well, it'll be on the YouTube, so you could always just watch it on the YouTube as well.
Oh yeah, that's true too.
Yeah.
Oh, 3 half at a little before 11.
Yeah, a little bit before 11. And basically what happened, and we actually caught it like real time. It was pretty crazy. This buyer kind of stepped up on the 3 half and was just like being aggressive, but it didn't go anywhere. And then a seller tried to come in right on the 3/4, and it was like this guy was just like, "Gotcha, bitch," and he didn't get a tick below that 3/4. And then he
Yeah,
came
yeah,
up,
you got him.
bought the 4, and just, I mean, it chopped right here, right? Hawk moved up, and then psh, now we're back above that 10.
And you
But it was a
guys got it.
good.
You got in on that.
I did. I don't know if anybody
Yeah.
else did.
Well, yeah, but that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I'll have to watch that. I like seeing that. I always record my fucking Dome. I didn't record it today. Sometimes I forget.
Well, you're getting.
I
on,
trust
huh?
it a little more than the replay.
Yeah. The recording. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Nice. John got in 2 lots at 5. Let's go. Good shit. 10-pointer.
That's Australian John, right? You're
Yeah.
from that's the. I don't know if you mind if I ask him how he liked the course. What do he take? The fucking brain won't think.
Axia course.
Yeah, the Axia course. He's done with it, or did he get anything out of it? I wonder. I mean, you don't even, John. You don't even have to if you're not. You don't feel obligated to answer me. I'm just curious.
Coach, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, like during the order flow trading, it'll be really, really good. They spend a good whole week on order flow trading. Using
Oh,
the
so you
dots,
liked it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, okay.
for sure. And they got some profile strategies. They're pretty big on using the profile, volume profile and market profile.
Yeah.
And they execute with the DOM, and they got like, I think they got like 90 in-house traders now, across their locations, and they've got different traders of all types and execute with different ways and different strategies. Some are like scalpers with like ridiculous size.
Yeah.
Some are a little bit more like Brad, where they'll take a little bit of a position for 10 or so points. So it was really good.
Oh yeah, good. But I wasn't sure if you, like I said, I wasn't sure if you'd just say, "Oh no, it was all bullshit," or if it was worth it. Just curious.
That definitely was. It's intense. It's 6 weeks. It's intense. A lot of hours, a lot of time. To be honest, I didn't even get to even half of the homework and exercises they gave you with DOMs and stuff to do. Like there was only so many hours in a day.
Yeah. That's good then.
But Richard, the trainer, he knows his shit. He's really good.
Is that the younger guy who runs marathons? Is that him?
I don't know about marathons. You see him on YouTube, but he's got an awesome last name, Bailey, and got a bald head. He's got a bald head.
Oh, okay, that's a different guy. I know who you mean. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, but I just curious. Thank you.
I'm interested to see if they try to stick shorts again. This level right here, this like 9 to 11. A little bit of a liquidation there. Sellers trying to move down at this 7.
Five quarter, they're stuck. Now they're above that 6.5 though. Probably gonna go up.
It seems like sellers are trying right here hard, just not getting anywhere. They're definitely giving it that old college try.
If the buyers hold a 6.5, I think they're gonna get a little cover. They're having trouble though. There it goes. The shift fill I got. Jesus Christ.
Where'd you get filled
Longs.
at?
Yeah, 6 quarter. Try to get 5.5 or 5.75.
Damn, 2 ticks? That's your ass.
Yeah. I'm gonna scratch it. If I could get it.
Is that because of slippage or what? What's that?
It could have been me clicking. I didn't mark it in. Hang on.
We should trade 75, 775, I think.
I got
Weak
one on. I
spot.
took one off.
This weak spot right here, 750.
Think it'll go up to 750.
Yeah, probably.
All right, I got 7 quarter. I front ran you. Yeah, maybe I clicked in on the wrong number as soon as because it was pretty quick. I wanted to get in on 5 quarter. It didn't quite come down there.
Might get a second chance.
Yeah, it might come down again. See what it does.
Now you're trying to, or now you're starting to see a bid trying to step up at this 7.
Kids are playing on the Xbox, and I keep getting notifications on my computer for some reason. I don't know
Oh,
what the
that's a
hell
pain
that
in
is.
the ass.
Yeah, I don't know why it pops up on here. I guess Microsoft there. They got their shit and everything.
Well, I hate how Xbox is in Microsoft and you can't get it out. You can't, like an Xbox tray, whatever it is, you can't get rid of that fucking thing.
Yeah, I have
You can't
I have no
uninstall it.
idea what I'm doing with it. I have all kind of passwords and emails because the kids want to play it separate. I don't know. I got it all fucked up. You got to add guests and shit to play at the same time and stuff.
So it didn't even look like they trapped any sellers there. It really just looked like buyers stepped up on 7 and just were like, you know what? Fuck it. Gotta do this ourselves.
Yeah, and that second move down, they didn't really.
Evan, I think we can hear you again.
Like one flew over the cuckoo's nest, it sounds like. Fucking Martini. Ever see that movie? It's an old
Martini? No, I haven't.
one. No, that movie, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
With Jack Nicholson
Yeah.
and the Chief.
It's not even a comedy. It's probably one of the funniest movies I've ever seen.
It's pretty fucking funny.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't think it's supposed to be a comedy.
I'm sure most of you guys have heard the term Nurse Ratchet. You've heard that
Yeah.
term, right?
Yeah.
That's from that movie.
And Martini
That's
was one of the guys. I think Danny DeVito played Martini.
I love Danny DeVito.
The
Yeah, he's
Nurse
funny.
Ratchet reference comes from that movie.
Yeah. They're all nuts. They're in a loony bin, you know?
Yeah, I think I have seen that movie. I just didn't remember the
Yeah.
title.
Bunch of good actors. Jim Ignatowski, the guy from Taxi. I forget his real name, but
Yeah, it's a really good movie.
yeah.
I liked it. Most people struggle with it. They don't see how it would be a good movie.
I liked it.
See if these buyers get it up above 950 again. If they do and they hold this 950 level, then we should probably trade up where the sellers were at, which is like 15. 1516 area. Right at this key level here, but they need to hold it above this 950.
Yeah, watch this 8 quarter too. If they're gonna want to keep it above that too, I think. Actually, they're trying to move up to 9 now. It looks like. That 950 is where, there you go. It's where all the buyers are.
It's funny, AMD's pushing its low and NVIDIA's pushing its high. Very different look.
Yeah, that is interesting. It is coming into
Don't-
resistance right here too.
Looking pretty cool up last night again.
What was that, Kev? You sound like you're talking in a
Yeah.
in a vacuum.
Now
In the submarine.
I'm gonna go back over that dentist again. See if I write another script.
Damn, some buyers got kind of weak right there at that 11. It was a weak look for buyers.
Yeah, watch it. Watch 8 quarter. If they get it below that, they might get even weaker. 9.5, you said, Brad. Then where were you looking to run it to?
15, 16.
Oh, all the way. Okay.
Yeah. Buyers are still kind of out here. They keep trying to trap these sellers on 9. Offer move down though, right there. Yeah.
There's that little flush.
Buyers needed this thing above the 7.5 now if they're gonna have any chance, because if not, it's starting to get pretty heavy here. Back down to that. D-low, weak spot. There's the reoffer at the 9, so below the 950 where buyers were buying, some of them are covering it. Like, it does look like they kind of stuck some shorts there that tried to momentum pile in. Rarely, at least, like 5 to 6. Other offer tries to come in here at the 850. So see that offer come in and just immediately gets upticked? Like, you got this 99.87. I mean, the book is thin, so we're just having to deal with these little baby numbers, but you get this offer come in and then boom, we jumped up a full point, right?
You can't get the follow through though with the fuckers.
Right, the sellers aren't. That's what I'm saying. There's a buyer in the market. There's a legit buyer in the market. I don't know if they're buying to cover, and that's why we're not getting continuation to the upside. So someone's like maybe covering a short position.
Yeah.
But
he's not willing to move up. He's just sitting there.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's taking all of this profit below this low here. Like every time we come down, he's like, oh, I'll just take some more, take some more, take some more. Or he likes this low here and value, like, you know, you're seeing like volume start to form up here. But it's definitely make or break time because we're getting a lot of selling here and buyers kind of got stuck on the 9. Careful of no excuses. What do you mean, Rob? Oh, no excess. I see. No excess. My bad. I was like, excuses. I was like, was I making an excuse?
I watched that thing you put in the Discord with the guy fucking jerk offs behind the counter.
Oh, that shit was hilarious.
Yeah.
That guy's funny. He does like he does another video, one of the Italian guys in there. He's like what it's like growing up with an Italian dad, and he's like playing catch in the backyard.
Yeah.
And he's like, hold your fucking glove up. He's like, all right, I'm gonna throw you the heater. And he throws it to him hard as fuck, and the kid starts crying. He's like, oh, what the fuck are you crying for? He's like, and then the kid, like, you know, fake, it's like a fake setup, but he runs in the house. He's like, yeah, go run to your mother.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit. That's what a lot of kids, well, I guess adults that are my age, that was their parents. And so they don't understand like how easy life was compared to that. And like that's why their kids are like even softer than them. Because they're like, oh, my life was hard. Like if you ask my sister, she swears to God her life was tough as fuck.
Yeah, I think every generation they just think
It's
theirs
progressively
is the worst,
shittier.
You know? Yeah, they just every generation beats up on the lower gen. You know, the generation before me says we're pussies. I say the generation below me says they're you know what I mean?
Well, I'm saying my generation is fucking full of
Yeah, no, I know.
soft-hearted little bitches.
Well, I believe mine is too compared to my father's generation. They were definitely tougher generation.
Yeah, but I think that generation was like forced to by like guerrilla warfare, like World War II and Vietnam.
Yeah.
And Korea, like, you know, there's some shit that went down in that generation.
Yeah, they're
all fucked up. Yeah, and there was no like,
and then
PTSD
my
back
generation
then.
was raised by them,
right?
So that was fucked up because, you know,
yeah,
it's fucked up.
Exactly.
Fucked up household when you have somebody with, you know, or coming from the war, coming home raising little babies.
Well, that was before like PTSD and like, you know, when it was like you would talk about some of the issues that you had going on over there. Back then it was like, you're a man, bottle that shit up.
Yeah.
Like and that shit, I mean, it's just not, you know, that's what causes like those fucking explosions. And where are they gonna explode at. Well,
Yeah.
if they're at
Post
home,
office.
fucking. Or the post office, yeah.
Yeah, that's why. That's why there was all them shootings. They're all Vietnam vets. They got
Yeah.
hired easy. Didn't shoot everybody.
My father-in-law's dad was a postmaster general.
Oh yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
job. Well, it used to be. I don't know about now. I
Yeah,
remember
he
a
had
mailman
retired
was
from
a
there.
great job. A mailman years ago was a great job. Now, not so much. They don't.
Don't
Guess
take
they
any
didn't
days
keep
off.
up with the time. What's that?
And they don't take any days off.
No. Well, they get their days off, but they get them in weird times. You know
Yeah,
what I
fuck
mean?
that.
Yeah,
Yeah, because the mailman
you
used
get
to
your
be like a
Sunday.
9 to 5. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they get Sunday off, but then you get one day during the week, and it moves. Never the same day or something.
Yeah, fuck that.
And the pay raise didn't really keep up with the times. I don't think.
Yeah,
It
well,
used to
federal
be.
employees don't make shit. The key for those federal employees is just doing their time so they can collect a pension.
Yeah, it's all benefits.
Yeah. Basically like jail.
Yeah.
A lot of similarities in the military and jail. I was thinking about that yesterday. Just obviously a lot less violence in the military against each other because they take it out on. It'd be like what jail's like is like if you had the U.S. Army, like a bunch of U.S. Army soldiers in a room with like a bunch of other soldiers from a different army, and then another army in there with a bunch of different soldiers, and they're just like locked in a room together all the time.
Yeah.
Eventually, there's gonna be a fucking fight. Like,
All the gangs.
yeah, yeah, it's the gangs in jail, but it's like, I mean, that's the reason that the the violence doesn't occur like in the military. I mean, violence occurs in the military, but like it's because they take them to other countries. You know what I mean? Let them fight the other gang. That's basically what it is. Yeah, we popped this 950 again. We're going back to 15. It'd make a good TV show. Yeah, I was thinking about that yesterday. I was like, you know what, it is pretty similar because you build a lot of the same relationships. Most of the best, and this is how I was getting to this conclusion, was I was thinking about the building of strong relationships, and most of the strongest relationships are built under duress. Um, you become like the tightest of friends with people typically through a hard time. If it's an easy friend, it's more of like a fair weather friend, and then you could care less. All right, if they don't offer this thing underneath of this 850 this time, we'll stab them. Give them the old fucking guillotine. Cut their heads off. Boom. Come on. Oh, don't you? Where's this offer coming from? Okay. This is like a last ditch effort by sellers right here, I feel like. This 10. Here, they just absorbed 500 rounds right there. I see a 50. All right, time to shine, buyers. Fucking do your job. We're at two lots on right now, one from 750 and one from 850. I'm being really careful because we're below the 1050 level that I want to be above to be confident. So kind of a real dangerous spot. That's why I'm kind of easing into this. Kind of like walking into the ocean instead of like jumping off the dock. What we just want is a nice bid above 1050. All these people that are shorting the low right here just gonna get the That's a nice bid. Don't stop. So 1250 catches a little bit of an offer there. So a little bit of supply was just kind of sitting up there right at that high. And more of a last ditch effort for people that shorted the 1050 to short that 1250, right? It's mechanical. Previous bars high, so we know most likely those are weak-handed shorts. Just get this bid going. We should be cleared. That 15 Ruski. They got the stops and then we're able to come back lower. That high 1350. So right here, right, this is where shorts covered on that second time. So what we're looking at on the DOM, if you're watching the DOM, you can see the weak spot on the larger profile. What we're looking at is people kind of trying to buy the dip, right? People that didn't get in, right? And they're not willing to take a breakout trade. But since we're back to a weak spot, they are willing to kind of buy that dip. And that happened to be at like 1050 11 area. And so we're kind of seeing that area here, right? We're at 11. So watch this 11 to 1050, and you see the weak spot over here as well. And see if these bids start to step up to buy, right? And if they do, then we should get continuation higher.
Yeah, the bid, I was on mute, I guess. The bid showed up on 1075 on the way up. As soon as it popped in, I said there's a bid, but I was on mute. So right in between where you're saying, right on that 75 of 200 and some bought it. I got out of 12 earlier though.
You haven't been using that mirror I sent you, apparently.
No. And I got out. I had my take profit at 12 too. I didn't even, you know what I mean? The first
Yeah.
pop up, I was,
Right at that D high, you're like, all right, that's enough of that.
yeah, I was like, fuck that. I figured we were gonna have trouble around there, and I'm like, I don't want to sit through fucking nonsense.
I said we're going to 15, Roach.
I know, I trust you too, but I figure we get to 12 before we get to 15.
When I start lowering my targets, you keep front running me. All right, Leica, catch you later.
See you, bud.
NQ's at the high of the day, yeah. Yeah, NQ's just on the tear. NQ's only, let's see, 40 handles from yesterday's open. And we right now are about, what, 8 handles from yesterday's open on the ES. And look at healthcare. Like, you know, we had talked about that has to come down if the market's going to get lower. And it came down, the market got lower, and then it stopped going lower. The market stopped going lower.
I'd watch 16 here, might be give you some trouble.
It's giving me trouble. No.
You're out at 15, or you still hold?
No, that was my first target, 15.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Holy Christ.
No, I think we're going to go to this.
Oh, up to high, yeah. Okay.
I think we might even go up to 30. Yeah. Maybe not like today, but I think that's kind of like the ticket there. We got to get accepted, but this is the area that I kind of expected some trouble, like 15, 16. You know, if we.
Yeah, I actually remember you. I remember you saying
Yeah.
16 now. Now that I'm saying it.
Yeah.
You wanted to get it. You wanted to front run it a little. You want to get in early. What you did.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that now. All coming back to me.
But this could be an area where we see selling as well too. Like if these, you know, these sellers that were selling up here in this high try to hold the market lower. But that high doesn't really look like a good high. Look at the DOM. The high right here. 1850, fucking 350, 80. That just means longs got trapped on the high. That doesn't seem like good excess to me. So that means we should probably take it out. And then the high of this distribution is at 2350, which is basically right where those longs are stuck at from yesterday, the low of where they're stuck at from yesterday. So that's probably the target for buyers today, is here. Because we're already E period. And we got this pop on the London close, so all the weekended shorts and everyone else got out of the way. Shorts got trapped a couple of times, and then if we can get excess, and it does seem like there was a real buyer down there, you know what I mean? Like it did seem like that. So if it was a real buyer, typically we should break the initial balance according to market profile rules. So we should be
Yeah,
pretty
that
much comfortable.
23 area you're talking about has like a ledge in it too in the profile.
Yeah.
What's the rule you're talking about, Brad?
So like typically, unless there's a larger buyer or seller in the market, right? And this doesn't necessarily apply verbatim on the ES, because the ES is a little bit more volatile from when the original, market profile rules were created. And so we've got to adapt and overcome, right? So we get a little bit, whatever. But so typically the market should stay inside initial balance unless a larger time frame trader has entered the market and pushes the market outside of initial balance. So if we get a break from here, right, where we identified that seller earlier or the buyer earlier, which was that 556 level, then that would kind of confirm that this is a buyer. And so then what we do here, or what I do when we find stuff out like that, or when we figure it out, is you just add it to your list. And so you'd say like, okay, next time we get down to this ledge, I want to be a buyer. Right, because we know there's a buyer there. I mean, not necessarily just fucking close your eyes and buy, right? That's not something I really ever endorse, but like pay attention to that level, because even though it's not above our 1050 level that we were really tracking, there was a buyer there at some point. So better chances than not that he's there again next time, because it worked. You know what I mean? Even if it's just, a temporary, like, quick long, but there's probably opportunity from there because it worked before, and humans are habit forming creatures. But that's pretty much how you know if a larger time frame trader has entered the market, is if we get a break of initial balance. It's just not as
Gotcha.
not as like not as reliable on the ES nowadays. At least for me, looking back, it's not. Just because the volatility is just higher now, and that's with anything, like electronic trading kind of changes all of that. So. Microsoft is at the high as well. Nvidia's at a high. Al says we don't see rate cuts anytime soon. That just came out 2 minutes ago. Another thing Pal said yesterday is, looking through the notes. He said that the last meeting wasn't a pause, and he's still dedicated to raising rates. So he's still continuing the rhetoric that he's been pushing, since forever, right? That he plans to continue to raise rates until inflation is under 2%. Heck, making a high of day here. Tesla's up 5% today. Down 5%, up 5%.
Hey, what'd you say? He is sticking to his guns. Is that the gist
That's
of
what-
what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, yesterday in the meeting, that's basically what he said. He said, this meeting is not a pause, it's more just assessing the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, me neither, Doped. I don't get it either. He's never said it. And but I mean, they've been pricing in a fucking cut. They still are pricing in a cut in January. So
Well, they might know more than us, though. They don't give a shit. Maybe they don't give a shit what he says because he don't mean nothing. Maybe you know
yeah,
what I mean.
yeah,
Maybe
they might.
the powers that be know what's going on.
Yeah, and they might just be like, you know what, inflation's at 4% now. We don't run it at 2% anymore. So
Yeah, like they might just be letting him say whatever he wants, and like, yeah, when the time comes, we'll grab him by the throat, and he'll be doing what we say. You know.
or maybe like because basically what's saying is like what the uh powers are saying is that if he continues to raise that the market should go lower, but I mean he's saying he's going to continue to raise the market, you know, we're getting a decent pullback off of the high, um kind of, but like, you know, they might not give a shit. They'll be like, yeah, fucking do whatever you want, bitch, we're buying this shit.
Yeah. So far, that's what's happening.
Yeah, I just find it hard to get for us to get like, I mean, we could trade more of a sideways market, but I feel like it's hard for us to get a downside move in the market until we really know who the next president's going to be, or at least have some closer excuse me, closer indications of who it's going to be, because as of right now we really don't know.
Yeah.
And also they know like if it stays Biden, like shit's going to be okay because just keep raising that debt ceiling.
That's the thing. They know. I think they know who's going to be the next president. They might put Newsom in there. I don't know.
Oh god.
I don't
Heaven
think he'll
help
be
us.
voted in. I think they'll just put him in.
Fucking I think he loves homeless people. So
Yeah, he's just whatever. I mean, I don't
like
know.
he loves making people homeless because California is just fucking full of homeless people everywhere, and he's like, I love it. He's a fucking he's a shitbag.
Oh, definitely. But like I say, I don't think it's going to be a matter of what we vote for. They're just going to put who they want in there. And I don't know. I don't think Biden could make another 5, 6
I don't.
years. He's got
Yeah,
to go.
no way.
Yeah, he's
Maybe they'll
No
set
way.
up.
eating stem cells for morning every for breakfast every day. He might.
I
I
need
don't see
stem
it.
cell.
He's gonna
They're already
be.
probably
They're trying to impeach him.
they're already probably trying to put him in an oxygen hyperbaric chamber, I think it's called,
Oh yeah.
where they
Those are
pump
really
him
good
full of
for you.
oxygen and everything. Right. I'm saying it.
Uh,
I'm sure that's probably what's keeping him going as where he is right now.
I think they embalmed him. Half embalmed.
Maybe
He
he's
said,
just a
"Oh,
mummy.
13 quarter. Just looking at here.
got some supply behind, huh?"
Maybe 12.
yeah, it looks like it. Looks like somebody absorbed up there around that 16.
Looking a little peeish. Oh,
It is. That's a good observation. And that would actually kind of play in to what we're kind of thinking here. So that buyer, because it was hard to tell, right? We were trying to figure out, is it old business or new business? But if we finish today as a P and we don't get this extension up by the end of the day, then we can kind of assume that that buyer that was sitting around the 6 was short covering. So old business. So not a new buyer.
yeah.
And this spot wouldn't necessarily act very strong then. That's a good point. That's a good observation. So that basically means by the end of the day, in order to have more confidence in the long side, if you're buying above this 1050 and it moves higher and doesn't move past that 18.5, then you want to be getting ready to sell close to that 18.5 or up there. Because if it doesn't break, then it would just kind of confirm that it's short covering, so not strong buying. Sometimes when you put lines on your chart, like you can't grab the chart because they're like in the way. It's annoying.
Yeah, that happens to me when I put the profiles on. They take up so much room.
Debris found in search area for missing Titanic sub. You know what it is? Is it's probably a distraction. There's probably some other pipeline that's down there. Like some internet or something like that that's down there. And the Royal Navy needs a reason to go save their man. And they're like, oh shit, sorry, gotta jump to the bottom of the ocean real quick. I know this is in your territory and all, but yeah, let me just take a peek down here real quick and we'll see what's going on.
I don't think it's anyone's territory, isn't it? International waters.
Well, I mean, international waters are always a little bit of territory, though. They're always on the edge of someone's territory.
Yeah, it just gives them an excuse to be out there anyway.
They woke up
Spotted
the
out.
megalodon. Dude, I bet there is like some crazy shit. Like people like, like megalodon and shit. There's probably some wild shit living in the ocean. You know what I mean? Ocean's fucking crazy and super unexplored. So and we
Wow,
still got parts of land.
There's a lady grilling Pal, and she's like hammering him, like talking over him, and
How unprofessional.
Powell?
No,
yeah,
that fucking
He's
lady
still
that's
talking.
talking over her. Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
oh, yeah, he's
He'll
being
be on all
he's
day.
testifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll drag his ass all fucking day. They got him 9 to 5. They're like, we got your ass 9 to 5 today, pal. Earn your fucking federal paycheck.
Put a catheter in him and just leave him sitting there.
If they go for this re-offer under 1250 here and try to get it back down to like 10.
The testimony's over.
liquidation there. How's that coming down a little bit as well? The flow mechanical right off the settle. We're definitely having sequencing for Scherzel. We can see the sequencing fairly easy here. C low right off the open, D low right off the B low, E low right off a half back, F low right off of that 9/4, which is the settle. So pretty easy to see, I guess, this late in the day that short-term buyers are in control. We identified it earlier than now, but the profile says it now. All right, I'm gonna go grab some lunch real quick. Buyer's trying to step up right here. We see a little struggle for power right here. All right, John. Catch you later. They're just looking for this 1050 to go bid again, and then it's like the same thing that happened earlier from here. Yeah, that's a good point. Infinity is XLV's at a tie. So we're seeing them pull off in tech. There's been a little rotation out of tech, probably into healthcare there. All right, Thomas, we'll see you then. Hey, what time is it? 12:15? That's not a bad idea. I might go cut the grass real quick before it starts to rain. Market's getting pretty slow anyways. The weather. When's it supposed to fucking rain?
I don't know. I was gonna ask you.
Here we go. Doesn't even say it's gonna rain. It just says cloudy, and then it says rain tomorrow. Rain at 9 o'clock tonight. So it's gonna rain tonight. Yeah.
I know when it'll rain as soon as you start the lawnmower.
Yeah. 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 Let me go start the lawnmower and fucking get this party started. Yeah, I'll be back. I'm gonna go cut the grass and then I'll be back.
Okay.
Buyers buyers are trying to step up right here. So remember it, it's a decent spot to snatch this from this 1050 10 half level. But you want to see it get above that 1850, and if it doesn't, then you've just got to dump it. Right? Because then that would be showing the P shape kind of continuing and that it's just short covering, not a new buyer. I'll be back. All right. What did I miss? Anything good? Little pop back up.
No, I did, but I mean, it's kind of still meandering.
And it's tried it a couple of times. Had a tough time breaking the 08 though. Never did. We get like short cover and pop up, and then roll back down and test it, and then get a short cover and pop up. Roll back, test.
That pop shifted up as well, huh?
kind of torn between shorten if it breaks the 08, because we've been one time framing up for so long, or if it breaks but can't break yesterday's low. You
Say
know,
that
like kind of
again?
like the bottom. So I'm kind of torn between like if we break this 8 area because we've been in this uptrend for so long, kind of like one time framing off the lows. Kind of torn between like going short there or just waiting and see if like we break but we can't get below yesterday's low, like that 04, 03.
Hmm.
Kind of like the bottom of that P shape, but more of like a responsive long maybe.
I mean, it kind of looks like some longs just got stuck right here at that 10. Like you see, look at how big, how much volume came in on the bid right there. You could probably just use 10 as your pivot. Set your plays up off the 10.
Yeah. Yeah, this area has been interesting.
I really like to see if we're going to get any downside. I'd like to see the NASDAQ break too. The NASDAQ's just kind of holding up here. Not really getting higher, but not really getting lower either.
Somebody doing something right here.
Yeah, look at all the volume that's coming in on that 10. That's what's crazy.
Yeah, there's like a flat line on the 1 minute candles.
And it's all on the bid too. Or it's all coming in on the offer, I mean, excuse me. All buyers moving on.
Yeah, for that many people to be stepping up, but the price don't go up means somebody's just like reloading that level, right? Because it doesn't
That's
show any. It only showed 172 there, but thousands of lots are trading.
right. That's what it seems like.
Loading the gun.
Geez, 3,000 traded right there. Oh, and just cleared it when it went back there.
Yeah, there's a lot of volume coming right there. Look, 13,000. Point of control just shifted on, I think, right?
Yeah, when price went up, like to the right of the price where it shows like the orders that stepped up, it said 3,000.
Might as well try it.
It's there's a lot of blue numbers mixed with the red, but below the 10, it's all red, or well, mostly red. So
Yeah,
they're kind of drawing a
the
line in the
delta.
sand.
Big liquidation there. Oh, dang, looked away for like 2 seconds. And we're getting back to that area where we saw, the buyers step up last time towards this D low. There it is. Big liquidation here. Now basically it's back on the hands of the sellers to try to push this thing back below the open. If not, more short covering, and then the P continues. And whatever happened at that 10 level, right? I mean, look at this 10. You get 13,000 on one side, 5,000 on the other traded there today. It's a pretty big difference. To me, it almost feels like it's too good to not be an opportunity
What?
to buy this liquidation here. Like right here at this 3-4. They can't break it below the open. And we can kind of assume that there more short covering can take place. So there might be an opportunity here to see if these sellers kind of fail to move lower to buy this. I'm more or less just trying to play today like balance. Offer trying to come in on the 475 there. You're here to 410. I mean, maybe up until like the 7-8 area. That's kind of where the liquidation started at. That's where the weak spot is on the profile. So if we don't see a reoffer here, then yeah, we should head back to that 10.
Well, we got the liquidation from the 8 and got the bounce from the chase left.
It is.
Now which way are they gonna go? Looks like the offer came in from where it kind of broke from, based
Yeah,
on
right.
just the way the candle.
Yeah. Yeah, it popped up to like this 7-8 level. That offer came in. Sellers look like they got stuck in that 5. Half. You look to see if there's a reoffer of the 7-8. If there's not, then we should theoretically test that 10. That H high is a weak high. Basically a takeoff point. The bid trying to step up right here. The 6. Keep seeing them try to pop in right here. 650. See. I'm trying along from here, building a little floater position here. Trying to see if we can take it back up to this 10. The offer keeps moving lower though, but then upticks, so.
Yeah, they tried it a couple times there to take it lower and couldn't get it.
I'll be back. I'm gonna help my wife bring in the groceries.
Cool.
We get
Trying to get over that 7-8 area.
Nasdaq's trying to come back up as well. There's a buyer trying to step up here. You can't pop this above 10 right here. You gotta abandon this trade. This thing's looking like it's overdone on the upside. So they gotta get this thing above 10 right here for sure.
I'm trying it. Seller stepped down on that 9, it looked like.
Candle in 10 seconds. Liquidated from earlier.
What's that?
What was the level we liquidated from earlier?
It was this
Like
8-7 level. Yeah. But there was a that big, like, buyer got absorbed on the 10. So I think this thing needs to get above 10 if it wants to have any chance. There's a 10. Another failure to take the low. And then buyers stepped up. Or held at least, like right where we saw that buyer originally, which was at 6. The first time. Those are mechanical sellers right there. Selling that 10. People that are like Delta profile traders and stuff. Doesn't necessarily mean they're wrong. But I think that's where all of a sudden, like, we haven't had any size until boom, we hit 10 and then more size comes out. So that's probably why. Now starting to come lower here. Nice. We should go for that H high now, which was a mechanical spot right into that weak spot of the profile, which is like 11 half, 12. There's that H high in that weak spot. Let's see what happens. Buyers still seem to be stepping up. Tempo's starting to increase a little bit as well. Oh shit, probably not TJ, my bad.
What's that? What's the D high? Is that like
The-
13 even?
Yeah, it's like 12.5 or something. I just covered one at 13, one left. Allergies.
Man, I went to make the boys lunch. Missed the squeeze up.
Yeah, we got a nice little move after that 10. More shorts look like
Don't
they're
worry,
getting stuck right here on 1250.
we saved a little squeeze for you, TJ.
Bro, I appreciate it. I'm just trying to get one more trade. If it works out. If it
Famous
presents
last
itself.
words. I can't tell you how many times I've said that to myself. Okay, just one more trade. Just one more trade. Just kidding, though. I'm sure you're doing way better than me.
Yeah,
One
that's
more
true,
trade as
Thomas.
long
That
as
is
I'm
annoying.
patient. And
What was that, TJ?
so one more trade as long as I'm patient and wait for it to come to me.
Yeah,
I'm not forcing anything.
absolutely. Absolutely. That's the important factor there. That's smart, Alex. No pun intended. Okay, maybe a
Smart
little
That
pun
was
intended.
good. That was good.
Maybe a small pun, but not a huge one. Come on, we're right there. Can you just get it up a little higher? My exits are like a half point apart. So it's like taking them out one at a time. Right, 1850. It's 8 more minutes till new candle. So Definitely possibilities.
If we break the high, I wonder if we're gonna get continuation or if it's gonna be like a look above and fill.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering the same thing. I don't know if there's a whole lot of volume up there, or yeah, volume up there for them to be even buying. There's not a lot of selling up there, I guess I should say. I wonder if there will be selling. I guess that would put an opponent a short squeeze though if they were holding. Isn't that what happened yesterday?
Yeah.
Or we pretty much
Yeah.
just got up there. There wasn't really any significant movement, and stops at 12. I'm not going to take a chance on this thing coming back too far.
Bounced right off the trend line off the high.
Got to what?
The
What did
tick.
it get to? 15?
I'm sorry.
14 3/4. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the tick dropped pretty far for the price not to really move. A big candle.
There we go. A little too quick to move my stops up earlier. Oh well.
Apple and Microsoft are almost back to their high.
So based on this last move, I feel like we're at least poised to get close to the top. I would say maybe, what was it you were saying earlier? 15, 16? I guess it was 16.5 maybe. Or something up, some level up there. I'd have to look back at my my trade plan. Maybe it was me that was looking at it.
Yeah, I'm more looking from like 19 to 23 area.
Oh, it was POC from 621 for 15 3/4. That was what I was using as a measure. Now we're talking. So we're what, 4 points away from what you were thinking?
Yeah, well, I'm just looking to see if there's a reaction there. If there's no reaction there, then I think we could move up all the way to 30, but yeah, more or less there's longs above. That should cover in that area, so it may cause like more downside. Oh, there's an iPhone update.
Okay, 2 minutes till a new candle. Did you get in, TJ, or did you you're just waiting?
No, I missed my entry. My entry would have been at like 140. Well, at 141.
140.
So time PM.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay. No worries. I was like, what level is that? I'm not sure what you're
But
doing.
yeah, I didn't want to. I didn't want to chase and then have some big stop
No,
or something.
I totally agree. Particularly with that liquidation from 8, definitely. I mean it. Thankfully I had my stop just below it, but it scared the shite out of me.
Debating breakout, depending on how it reacts, like the tight stop. Good old J period.
Definitely not my favorite period of the day. It's always a crapshoot.
As long as we're above 10. Apple's making a high, really close. Same thing with Microsoft. Same thing with Nvidia. Healthcare's making a high. Tech's kind of climbing back up. Financial's still not looking.
What do you call it? A bag of shit? It's not looking so good.
Oh yeah, healthcare looks like yeah. Else.
It just makes me laugh.
I get those like little sayings from the army. I used to tell someone like when they show up and their uniform's all fucked up, like you look like a bag of shit.
Yeah. It's interesting where those phrases get started. And then they just carry over. Like foobar was an was an army term.
Yeah, foobar. Yeah. Some Brad prints here below us now that J period's open.
You think it'll come clean those up?
What's that?
You think it'll come clean those up?
Well, if it can't, then it's definitely not going down. And the low of those is right above 10. So you basically just take your stop, put it right at that B high, and then crash. Let this thing ride.
What's B high?
Like 10 half. Or not B, whatever that letter is.
Oh, D? Yeah, I think it's D high. I think it's D high.
H high.
Oh, got it.
We start to get accepted above this 15-16, then the odds become better that we retest that 23 area.
Well, we're almost undoubtedly going to take that high. You said your stop is at 10.5, Brad?
Yeah.
I guess they closed a few more of those Brad prints.
Yeah, a couple of them.
Five more minutes till new candle.
Do they got the juice?
Feels like it. I moved my stop up to 1575. Just in case there's some selling that comes in here. I don't really want to take a ride all the way back down.
Hot damn. Just qualified the 150K account. Okay, that one's
Nice.
done.
Nice. That's cool.
That was a pain in the ass.
Hey, congrats.
Thank you. I did not trade my
Yeah, good job,
best
bro.
today, but I did manage to pull it out. Oh, what the oh, there it is. Yeah, I've been working on this one for a while, and I finally got it done.
How the fun start.
Well, I mean, I have two 50K accounts that I for lack of a better term, am afraid to trade in. So,
Maybe
so So, and yeah, today was not my best. I did not do well with it, but I did enough to pull it out. I try to keep my net profit above my net loss, or above my loss, but yeah, today I did not quite do it as well as I would hope, but whatever. It is what it is. I traded freaking amazing in my sim, which, you know, that's my issue is I always do better in my sim than I do in my real. Well, I guess I didn't do that much better, but I did a little better. Now I move on to my 100K account. That's next on the agenda. Oh, wow. I dumped it right there as it was coming down. So it actually, well, it's good that I got out when I did. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't 100% convinced I was gonna be able to actually get it qualified because my trading was not as optimal as it needed to be in general. And I finally did it. Well, 9K is a whole hell of a lot of money. And I mean, I get fixated and then I do bad trading. I'm very glad I did not trade while the bot was in, but it just stupidity. I am definitely not as methodical as I need to be. That's a lesson for next week, right? But that's a problem for tomorrow me, as I say.
What do you have to get it to 7,500? 157,500.
No, so the 150K account, you have to get it to 159,000. It's the one that's highlighted. So it says 159,125.
Oh, okay.
That's the current auto. So once, basically the balance.
Oh, I was looking
That's
at the
the
wrong
peak
spot.
balance.
I was looking at the cash on hand. I see.
Yeah, the cash on hand isn't, that was more
See.
showing my P&L, actually. That was the reason why I sent that one, not for that. The actual balance is 159,161, and the net liquidation is 159,098, which is what I think they use to determine if you've actually qualified it. So basically, cash value includes maybe fees, which I probably have $50 in fees today. $60 in fees, something like that. Oh, $63 in fees today. So that's the difference between the cash value and the net liquidation, is the cash value includes the fees for that day. So I think the net liquidation is where you have to get it to. Thanks, Marie. Appreciate that. considering I've blown, I don't know how many 150K accounts, I'm just happy that one of them actually stuck.
Well, that'd be a
Mostly
good
because
one
of
to
stupid
to
thinking.
study the back testing of it or the back history of the
Well,
trading there.
yeah, I'm gonna go back through and I actually mark which account I do all my trades in. So I'll go back and look at all of the trades I did in that one. By the way, TJ, I actually did this, so I did a stupid thing, blew a 150K account, went in, bought another 150K account. They were on sale, they were 90% off, so I was just like,
Oh,
screw it.
nice.
So it's not worth it. So I bought another 150K account. Then I realized, oh, I need to remove it from my dashboard, the old one. Went in and I accidentally removed the new one from my dashboard. And I was livid at this point and I could only see red. And so I bought another 150K account. I literally took it from zero in 2 trades all the way to $8,300 up. And then I took one more trade and brought it all the way down within $100 of blowing it.
Oh, dang.
That's not this account. So when you said one more,
$100 a pass.
when you said one more trade in my mind, that was what I was thinking. Is that I literally had account within a 150K account within $700 of being qualified, and I took one more trade, and it was because I obviously I was anger trading and. I don't know. I was doing a bunch of stupid stuff. So of course, that's probably 4 accounts ago, but it's just you get in that mindset and you're like, okay, one of two things: either oh, I can fix this trade, or you're like, oh, I'm just going to pile them on. It will eventually go my way. And I can't tell you which one of those very significant losing strategies I was using, but one of them got me within $100 of having the account blown. And then I ended up blowing it anyway. So.
Ouch.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Yeah, I was saying it more from like the S&B Capital mindset. You know, like one good trade.
no. It was just that was what was ringing in the back of my head. Is I totally understand what you were saying.
Yeah.
It's just,
Yeah. No, most people definitely think the same.
and it's the anger trading, and I can't deny I absolutely suffer from anger trading. When I get focused on what I expect out of something, it's really hard for me to shift. So I guess what I'm saying, don't be stupid like me. Not you, but everyone in general. Don't be stupid like me. You will find that it will.
This time when you passed it, was it slow and steady or like a few big trades?
I did get into it. I did get into it, and I think in the very first day I probably made $3,200 or $3,500. And then after that, then it was pretty much. I mean, it was pretty much incremental. There was one day, and this is kind of frustrates me. This is the thing that I do is that there was one day I got into a few. I mean, I did like 2 or 3 different trades, and I was like $850 up, and then I took another trade, and I was like, oh, I'm already up that much money. I'll let it, eat it a little bit. I'll move my stop a little bit. I'm not gonna worry about it. And I ended up ending the day like $50 up, something like that. And I was just like, I was 800 freaking dollars up, and then, but it's stupid shit like that where you're just it. I need to remember I have to know what I'm expecting or willing to lose. It has nothing to do with the account balance is. But it's sometimes my mind just doesn't always work that way. So things you learn, that's all I'm saying.
Things we learned.
How many days do you have to trade in an account before it converts? 10?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so I've only traded in that account 8 days. So I have to wait until tomorrow or wait until next week. So it won't convert today. Oh, 7. Oh, well then I'm good. Boom rate says it's 7 days. Oh man, that one was not the easiest one. But oddly enough, every single day I closed positive on that account. Holy shit.
Yeah. Instead of just fucking babysitting them. Yeah, just slow and steady. There's a reconstitution of the Russell tomorrow. Hmm. Nice. Mhm.
Her last name is Starling. Interesting last name. I've never heard of that last name. I have a feeling the bot would have ended the day negative if I had let it play. Let it play out.
All right, guys, I'm gonna call it a day.
All right, TJ, catch you later.
All right, see ya.
Later, TJ. To answer your question, Doped, having a PA account doesn't, I mean, you don't have to trade in it every day. I mean, clearly, obviously, the goal would be to trade in it every day. But I have 2 PA accounts that I don't trade in every day. In fact, I think I've only taken like 2 or 3 trades in each one. Not a lot. Mostly because I was focused on. I have one that I have traded in for 11 days and one that I have traded in. It says not at all, but I know I've traded in it. That's weird. How is that possible? Oh, it says I've traded 1 day. That's why it's not showing anything. No, so here's what I did. And I didn't know this until Lincoln told me about it. So when you qualify an account, you can go, when you go in there, there's 2 options. One of them is to pay monthly, and it's like 70 or 60 or whatever a month. And then there's a second option where you pay $140 and it's good for 10 years. So I never have to pay for that PA account for 10 years. Yeah, well, I only typically my plan is, or my plan is more or less to focus. And another thing I'm doing is I created a sim account with only four. I started with $400. Every so often I go through, and when it gets above a certain level, I reset it. But I started at $400, and I only trade in that account. For the focus is to try and only trade in that account when I know that I have what I consider to be a good solid trade. And then once it gets to like 3K, I reset it back down to $400, and I've been doing that for about a week and a half now, and it's actually helping me refine my trades. The account in that account is currently at 4,700 today. Again, I am taking trades that I probably wouldn't normally take, so that's the part I'm trying to fix. The flaw in my personality is I wanted to only take trades that are actually what I consider, well, I guess winners would be the bad term, but what I consider to be solid trades. And by starting it at $400, I can't fool myself, because once it's blown, it's blown. And then I have to physically go and reset it.
Power hour's about to start. 5 minutes.
Based on the trajectory of how it's behaving, it looks like it wants to take the high from, what is that, the 20th? 30 level, 31.
Yeah, the 3075. Yeah.
I think once we get above 24, 25, I think you're going to see a lot of covering.
Or something.
Are you still in your long, Brad?
No, no, I'm not.
Do you have like a keystroke that adds on a new contract? I mean, how do you add on when you're like looking at when you're potentially getting into a putting your or start easing into a position and you say
Dom.
you get in it, so you have like resting orders, or do you just hit market
Just can
order
click where I want them to be at.
and it just automatically adds it?
Well, if it touches it,
Or
yeah.
it,
If it trades there, yeah.
oh, I see. So I need to figure out how to do that in this DOM.
It would be the same way.
Well, so one of the things I still struggle with is like getting in, because of course when I get in typically in one contract. Adding on for me while it is in motion is just tough, particularly when you're only looking at a 2 point trade.
Mm.
Like adding into that is just hard. For some reason, it's not something that I do easily.
What you could do is just enter with 2 lots, take the one off at the 2 points, and then once it hits the take profit, move the other one to break even.
That might be, maybe that's what I do. I'll have to practice that one a bunch. I will say I mean, we haven't had a really tight range in the past. I don't know, what has it been? 2 weeks at least? Maybe a month?
Since what?
We haven't had a really tight range for an entire day in at least 2 weeks,
Oh, yeah,
maybe
it's been
even a
a
month.
while.
So I don't know. I mean, those days are the days when I really, really, really struggle because I don't do well in tight ranges.
What's this say? U.S. Coast Guard debris consistent with loss of pressure chamber. Oh, that's cool.
For the better.
Nice. All right, Thomas. Catch you later. Recap of today. Yeah, I will. Yeah, once we close out here, I will.
From was asking about if you're going to do a recap.
Yeah, we'll just see how this closes. I mean, we got like 30 more minutes. Getting some short covering here down this 12. I mean, we can just kind of go over it here now, so that way you can kind of take off. Don't you just sit here for 30 minutes? That's boring as fuck. I marked this M low as mechanical just because it's for right now. It's kind of trading right off that low. We still have some weak spot. And we kind of failed basically to find buyers right at that weak spot of the distribution. So right at the high of that distribution. And so now it really becomes the key to see, is there going to be acceptance below this 10 again? And if we get acceptance below the 10, then that, brings us back to that 4,400 and then below to that kind of 90 area, 89, 90 area, should there be a liquidation. To me, like I said, it kind of looks like a fail, look below and fail. That's kind of what this looks like. And so tomorrow, what I'm really looking for is looking to see if we're going to be accepted in up above this 15, 16 area. And then I think that 28, 34 area is going to be kind of the target for tomorrow, if we stay above this 16. So that's really, for me, kind of the key. We definitely have some shorts that are still stuck down here, 90, like 95 below the open, like 95, 96 or 97, 95. I guess that's what we said earlier. We know there's a lack of demand, and so it's going to have to be more short covering. And so, I don't really know if we have enough shorts kind of stuck still that are going to cover from this high up unless a buyer shows up. Now today, right, we talked about this 6 level. This 6 level seemed that there was that big buyer there. Or no, what level did we mark down? The 350. That's what it was. Right at this 350, which was mechanical. But we seemed to find a buyer there. Remember, we saw that trap set up, and then we moved up. And then today we kind of pulled back into that level, bought again, and then that's when it traded all the way to the high. So it seems like that level is going to be opportune to buy a pullback. So basically, like in between this 350 and 10. I know it's a big level, but should the market not be able to really get below this 350 level, then we probably keep trading up, because it seemed like there was a buyer there. So I mean, that's pretty much all I'm really looking for. All I'm kind of keying in on is more just, was this a look below balance and fail, and are we going to get that continuation to the upside? Yeah, for sure, bro. Yeah, and then just base it, like, I mean, like this, so you don't have to just sit around. But like tomorrow when you get on the computer or whatever, just look to see where the close was at. Right? And if we close, most likely we're going to close above the open. But if we close above that 350, then that's going to be a sign of strength. And especially if we close above the 10 half, then that's another sign of strength for the 10. That's another sign of strength. So really, you can kind of use the close as kind of a sign.
You think they're going to take another shot at it?
What, the high?
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of seems like it.
Wow, talk about coming at it with a vengeance. Holy cow.
Yeah. That M
Almost
low
straight
is
up.
really mechanical and it's kind of like keyed us in on that.
Yeah, well, there's like, what, how many different halfbacks right there?
Says the 5 aboard the missing Titanic tourist subs are dead. Officials say. That billionaire. Okay. Dead. Sometimes the slowest trades are the easiest trades.
Very true. There we go. Come on.
Volatility's starting to hit.
Yeah, it is. I didn't expect it to jump like that.
Yeah, a lot of people rebalancing here. Which is pretty typical if you get right a look below balance and fail. So a lot of these shorts want to get out before it, could get too crazy. So see a little bit of increased volatility leading into the close. I trade up 25 where that ledge is at.
The volume just sort of shuts off right there at 23.25.
Up at the high, yeah, there's pretty much nothing up there. Couple hundred contracts, that was it.
There we go. Oh, it didn't quite break it, did it?
And just tapped it. See if we can get to that 25 here.
what I'm going for.
Little absorption up here, and then you see an offer move down to this 2275, trying to shut off this buying here. So be careful.
I've got my stop already moved into profit. I didn't trust it that much. I was
Especially
definitely,
5 minutes still to close too.
yeah, I was, that was more, I was just wanted to get in that one trade in my 100K. That's it. I'm done for the day. I'm not trading anymore. Interesting. Oh, I forgot I was in another trade. I had a trade in my sim account. $23 quarter. Gonna pop it. You're gonna actually be able to do it. Everything they got. Did it. They got it. They got busted above it. A tick.
1100 contracts come in on 23.
Yeah. Figured this thing was just like, oh, and there they go. Dang. It's all right. It's a solid trade. I still had that. I had a trade. I actually got in at 12 quarter in my sim account in that I trade in. I forgot that that one was still in. I just noticed that it was actually still in when I looked back at the account. And we are done.
All right. Well, that's it right there. You see those 5,000 contracts, about 7,000 contracts coming on 24. Excuse me. But
Wow.
no, we're gonna be end up closing on a spike higher. So spike rules are gonna be in play. We're accepted above this level here, that 16, which is the high volume node of that point of this lower distribution. So, right, distribution theory kind of telling us that tomorrow the target should be this 30 to 34 level, which is where we have a VPOC, and then up into this gap where we got that look above and fail. So if we get that continuation, right, resistance here, if they accept that, the gap would be the target, and then we'll kind of go from there. But other than that, I mean, really no change, right? We do have a strong close. We don't really have a ton of news tomorrow. And we'll just, we have a small spike into the close, and we'll just be using that to kind of guide us tomorrow. Other than that, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Make sure that you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. And I will catch you guys tomorrow.
Thanks, Brad.